Chapter 13:18.9 Firmaments. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Unknowingly, Black Widow's right hand had blocked the space between his eyebrows. The demonic slaughtering blade swept past, and his right arm was directly cut off. Zhuowen frowned slightly. His right hand formed a palm and suddenly blasted out, heavily smashing onto the Black Widow's abdomen. A terrifying force of impact transmitted over, causing the Black Widow to spit out a mouthful of blood and be sent flying. She heavily smashed onto the ground, causing dust to fill the air. A large crater had actually been smashed out. Bang! The instant the Black Widow was sent flying, another figure was sent flying and landed not far from the Black Widow. At a glance, the figure that was sent flying was the Yiksha jellyfish that was fighting Mu Qinshui. Obviously, the Yiksha jellyfish was no match for Mu Qinshui and was defeated. Not long after the Yiksha jellyfish was repelled, Zhuowen from Buddhism waved his right hand, and the 9 flames karmic fire gushed out. The 8-legged poisonous spider shrieked and turned into a black light that drilled into Black Widow's forehead. "Damn it, who are you?" The Yiksha jellyfish helped Black Widow up and stared at Zhuowen from demonic Tao. Zhuowen ignored the Yiksha jellyfish. He stepped out and used the abstinence seal. A restrictive force froze the two of them in place. Not far away, Mu Qinshui shot over in tacit understanding. With a flick of her finger, the red lotus beneath her feet split into a petal, forming a flaming chain that bound the Yiksha jellyfish and the Black Widow. Whoosh! After doing this, Mu Qinshui pushed off the ground and arrived beside Zhao Yu and the other 3. After checking that the poison in their bodies was not too deep, the worry in her beautiful eyes lessened significantly. "This is an antidote. Take it, and it should be able to remove the poison in your bodies." After saying this, Mu Qinshui waved her hand and took out a jade bottle. She handed it to Zhao Yu and the others. After doing all this, a pair of watery eyes fell on Zhuowen. She said indifferently, "Young master, thank you for your help this time. I wonder if you can tell me your name?" Zhuowen was startled and immediately remembered that he had used the 100 transformation technique to change his appearance. He gradually felt relieved. After all, the 100 transformation technique not only changed his appearance, but also his aura. No wonder Mu Qinshui did not recognize him. "How was the cold poison in your body?" Zhuowen walked slowly toward Mu Qinshui and asked with a smile. Boom! However, when Zhuowen had just taken a few steps, a light ball fell in front of his feet. Mu Qinshui stared at Zhuowen with a frosty face and said in a deep voice, "How do you know this? Who are you?" At this moment, Mu Qinshui was shocked and angry. There are not many people who knew about the cold poison in her body. Other than Elder Qiu and the sect master of the Burning Heavens sect, only Zhuowen, who she thought about day and night, knew about it. However, she did not know this demonic youth in front of her. She had never even seen him before. How could Mu Qinshui not be shocked or angry when he knew about the cold poison in her body? Zhuowen faintly smiled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed. Not only him, but Mu Qinshui's frosty expression also changed slightly. Whoosh! Soon after, the two of them abruptly retreated to the sides. The instant they retreated, the ground where they were originally standing began to squirm. Soon after, a terrifying tremor was felt. Then, a huge palm soared into the sky from below. "What is this thing?" Zhao Yu and the other 3's faces changed slightly as they looked at the huge palm in astonishment. As soon as the inexplicable palm appeared, it swept towards the Yiksha jellyfish and the Black Widow. Then it grabbed them in the palm and extended it into the sky. Zhuowen raised his head. Soon after, he saw a figure slowly walking over from above the giant hand. It was a rather young man. There was a black symbol between his brows. His face was extremely white, making him look rather strange. "TSK, TSK. Yiksha jellyfish and the Black Widow. How did you two end up like this? You're really pitiful." The young man jumped onto the huge palm. His eyes fell on the Yiksha jellyfish and the Black Widow, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery. "Jiu Shao, how did you appear here?" Looking at the evil youth in front of him, The Iksha jellyfish's eyes were slightly unnatural as he asked indifferently, "I just happened to pass by." Jiu Shao smiled faintly. Then, his eyes fell on Mu Chinchua below. His eyes revealed a touch of surprise, but he smiled and said, "What an elegant and refined beauty. I've never seen such a beauty before. Beauty, why don't you follow me? I, Jiu Shao, will let you enjoy the blessings of man." Jiu Zhao's words were very presumptuous, and there was even a trace of frivolity in them. This made her frown slightly, and her eyes became even colder. This guy is called Jiu Shao. Could it be that Jiu Shao, who is ranked 9th on the evil rankings? I heard that Jiu Shao commits all kinds of evil and is extremely lecherous. What he likes to do the most is rape and pillage. In the divine nether realm, he's an existence that makes people tremble in fear. Zhao Yu's face was a little ugly as he said. Jiu Shao chuckled and licked his lips. He stared at Mu Chinchua and said, "Beauty, isn't my suggestion good? Follow me, and I'll let you enjoy the best feeling in the world." Nothing good comes out of dog's mouth. Shut your dog's mouth. A cold voice sounded, causing Jiu Zhao's face to stiffen. Then his gaze shifted slightly and landed on the demonic youth not far from Mu Chinchua, whose entire body was surging with demonic energy. "What did you just say? Do you dare to say it again?" Jiu Shao narrowed his eyes, and his voice became somewhat unfriendly. Zhuowen smiled and said coldly, "Looks like you have a clear understanding of your own identity. You actually wanted to say it again. Is this the habit of a dog?" Crack! Jiu Shao clenched his fist and stared at Zhuowen, saying, "You're very good. I, Jiu Shao, have never been interested in men. But now that you've successfully angered me, I don't plan to kill you directly. I want you to live a life worse than death and beg me to kill you." Then, Jiu Zhao's right hand pressed down, and the Iksha jellyfish and the Black Widow's shackles were immediately released. At the same time, a huge palm rushed out from the ground like a huge black cloud, slowly descending and ruthlessly crushing Zhuowen. Jiu Shao is an expert ranked 9th on the sin list, and his cultivation is at the 7th level Emperor realm. You're no match for him. Let me do it. Mu Chinchua whispered to Zhuowen. Just as she was about to rush forward, Zhuowen stopped her. Then, he said coldly and arrogantly, "Woman, today he's slandering you. I'll personally take his head off for you. Leave this person to me." Hearing Zhuowen's cold and arrogant words, Mu Chenchue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw the demonic youth in front of her, she recalled the unforgettable figure. That figure was also an extremely stubborn guy. Even though he wasn't strong enough back then, he still said that he would marry her fair and square, and even pluck the cloud from the 9 heavens for her. Thinking of that figure, Mu Chinchue's lips curled into a smile. Her smile was so charming that it seemed as if the world had become much brighter. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but stare at her in a daze. Whoosh! However, Zhuowen quickly came back to his senses. He slashed out the slaughtering devil blade in his hand, and it landed heavily on the giant hand. Immediately, the giant hand was chopped into countless pieces by the blade. "You're quite capable. However, you're just a 4th level demon emperor. How dare you say that you'll take my head? You're simply courting death." Jiu Zhao's face was full of disdain. He took a step forward, and 9 clouds gushed out from his body. Jiu Shao stepped on the clouds, and his speed was as fast as lightning. It was so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. Boom! 9 clouds swept over, and then an afterimage appeared behind Zhuowen. Jiu Shao slammed his palm on Zhuowen's back. Birth control! Zhuowen let out a low roar as he enveloped his entire body with the power of the abstinence seal. Jiu Shao, who had appeared behind him, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhuowen swung his right hand as the slaughtering demonic blade sliced through the air, whistling as it slashed towards Jiu Shao. "You're quite capable." Jiu Shao squinted his eyes, and his right hand shook. Immediately, he broke away from the feeling of imprisonment. Then, he stepped on the clouds and disappeared behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen's slash hit empty air. So fast. After missing his attack, Zhuowen took a few steps back. The slaughtering devil blade circled around his body, and he was always on guard. I said, "Where are you looking?" An indifferent voice rang out. Soon after, Zhuan felt a pain on his back. A pale white palm ruthlessly smashed against his back. Soon after, he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. "You're really boring. You want to take my head?" I say, "Before you talk big, you'd better weigh your own strength first." Jiao Shao faintly glanced at the retreating Zhuan of the demonic Tao, then said to the nearby Yiksha, Jellyfish, and Black Widow, "How long are you two going to watch the show? Roll over here and get rid of this brat. I still want to get close to the beauty." After saying that, Jiao Shao stared at Mu Chinxue, who was not far away, with a trace of lust in his eyes. The Yiksha, Jellyfish, and Black Widow looked at each other. Although they were unhappy with the feeling of being ordered, they did not dare to disobey Jiao Zhao's strength. Since they could not disobey, they naturally accepted it. "Despicable guy, you cut off my arm. I'll show you." Black Widow took the lead and immediately used her soul armor, the 8-legged poisonous spider. The Yiksha Jellyfish followed closely behind, holding a black trident. He also summoned Shi Jinhu, who was not far away, to attack Zhuan together. Zhuan had just stabilized the boiling blood in his body when he saw the Yiksha Jellyfish and the Black Widow. His gaze turned gloomy. After all, the Demon Dao doppelganger was not the main body. Its battle strength was not at the level of a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert. Jiao Zhao's strength was weaker than an ordinary 7th-level Emperor Realm expert. However, his speed was indeed terrifying, much faster than an ordinary 7th-level Emperor Realm expert. As long as they could break his speed, they could kill him. "The main body will be here soon." Murmuring, Zhuan swung the slaughtering devil blade in his right hand. Demonic chi burst out, brazenly attacking the Yiksha Jellyfish and the other two. At the same time, he summoned the Buddha doppelganger to block Shi Jinhu. Chapter 1319. Breakthrough. Mu Chenxue's autumn eyes were filled with a cold aura. Jiao Zhao's rude and frivolous words made her feel very uncomfortable. Of course, she was too lazy to talk to Jiao Zhao. So, she tapped her foot, and the red lotus flower under her foot bloomed with 9 petals. Each petal was made of red flames. Mu Chenxue pinched her jade-like hand and tore off a flame lotus petal. With a flick of her fingers, the flame lotus petal flew out, bringing with it a terrifying sea of flames. It instantly enveloped Jiao Zhao. Jiao Zhao narrowed his eyes. Although his words were frivolous, it did not mean that he was careless. On the contrary, his actions were the exact opposite of his words, being extremely cautious. Although Mu Chenxue was beautiful, she was not a flower vase. Her strength was not to be doubted. After all, the Yiksha Jellyfish and Shi Jinhu were forced back even when they worked together. It was enough to show that the former strength was not ordinary. Jiao Zhao stepped on the 9 clouds, and his speed reached its peak. The flame lotus petal was instantly dodged by him, not being able to approach him at all. Mu Chenxue was not discouraged. Her jade-like hand tore off a 2nd petal, then a 3rd, a 4th, until the 8th petal. At this moment, Jiao Zhao's face became a bit ugly. Every time a petal was added, it was arranged in a strange pattern, just like a maze. Even if he was very fast, he could not escape the encirclement of the petals. 9-leaf bewitching lotus. In the end, Mu Chenxue tore off the final petal, and the 9th petal floated out. It formed a profound array with the other 8 petals. This array was not eternal, but it was constantly changing. Jiao Zhao kept dodging inside, but in the end his face became ugly as he found that he was just taking a detour. Without the advantage of speed, what can you rely on? Mu Chenxue's cold voice slowly sounded out. Her jade-like foot took a step, and she held the flame-red sword in her hand. When she was about to charge at Jiao Zhao, who was trapped by the 9-leaf bewitching lotus, her body suddenly trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Junior sister Chan Shui, what happened to you?" On the other side, Zhao Yu and the other 3, who had already taken the antidote and recovered, hurriedly rushed over to Mu Chenxue's side and looked at Mu Chenxue with worried expressions. At this moment, Mu Chinchua's cherry-red lips were stained with blood. The blood streaked across her chin and dripped on her spotlessly white neck and collarbone. It was a bright red color amidst her white skin. So cold. When Zhao Yu and the rest were within a foot of Mu Chinchua, their bodies began to tremble. A dark and cold aura gushed out from Mu Chinchua's body, causing the four of them to feel a bone-piercing chill. The four of you, stay away from me. Mu Chinchua waved her jade-like hand, and a gentle energy was released, pushing Zhao Yu, Guiqing, and the others several meters away. Then she stumbled down on one knee, and her face became even more pale. Waves of black cold aura came out of her body's acupuncture points. This black cold aura was very strange, as if there was nothing in the world that could not be frozen by it. When the black cold aura was released, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the ground was covered in a layer of black frost. What's wrong with junior sister Chen Shui? Why is there such a terrifying cold aura coming from her body? Guiqing stabilized herself, and her beautiful eyes stared right at Mu Chinchua in front of her. She couldn't help calling out in a low voice. Zhao Yu's face was a bit ugly as he said with a frown, "This cold aura is so terrifying. That demonic youth mentioned cold poison before. Could junior sister Chen Shui really have the so-called cold poison? Zhao Yu, do you have a way to save junior sister Chen Shui?" Guiqing suddenly said to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "This cold poison is too terrifying. We can't even approach it, not to mention saving junior sister Chen Shui. Then what do we do?" Guiqing's heart was in chaos as she did not know what to do. Jiao Xiao, who was originally trapped in the nine-leaf bewitching lotus, naturally noticed Mu Chun Shui's abnormality. Soon after, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the power of the nine-leaf bewitching lotus was gradually weakening. "It seems like the heavens are helping me. Little beauty, you're destined to be mine." Jiao Xiao gave a long laugh. With a wave of his sleeve, the nine heavens around him released a terrifying power, attacking the nine petals around him. Under this kind of attack, the nine-petal lotus began to sway, even teetering on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Jiao Xiao became even more excited. He continued to attack, wanting to use brute force to break the nine-petal lotus. The cold poison is acting up ahead of time. Zhuo, who was originally fighting with the Yiksha jellyfish and the Black Widow, naturally noticed Mu Chen Shui, who was surrounded by black cold energy, and his expression changed greatly. There were still 2 months before the 3 years, but at this moment, Mu Chinchua's cold poison was acting up 2 months ahead of time. This caused Zhuowen's mood to sink to the bottom. Scram! Demonic Zhuowen roared and slashed out with the slaughtering demon blade, wanting to block Black Widow and the Yiksha jellyfish. "You want us to scram? What right do you have?" Yiksha jellyfish and Black Widow sneered and used their strongest attacks. They heavily slammed on a demonic Zhuowen, causing him to groan and retreat dozens of steps. A mere 4th Heaven Demon Emperor wants to fight against us 2 6th Heaven Emperors. You really don't know what death is. After repelling demonic Zhuowen, Black Widow did not hold back and mocked him. Her words were full of ridicule. "Both of you have to die." Zhuowen slowly raised his head. Unknowingly, he was holding a black ball in his hand. This ball was filled with extremely terrifying demonic chi. This black sphere was the demon source of the extreme demon lord. When Zhuo Wan had obtained this demon source, the extreme demon lord had advised him to wait until he reached the 6th-layer demon emperor realm before using this demon source. At that time, he would be able to reach the 7th-layer demon emperor realm, and his battle prowess would be monstrous. Thus, Zhuan had not used it before. But now he could sense that his main body was still some distance away, and Mu Chunchue's cold poison was acting up. He could not just stand by and watch. Therefore, he did not hesitate to take out the demon's source. What is this thing? Black Widow and the Yiksha jellyfish naturally saw the black ball in Zhuan's hand. They could feel the extremely dense and terrifying demon source in the black ball. Their eyes were filled with shock. Kacha, Zhua when directly crushed the black ball. Then, The demonic origin within the black ball burst out, wrapping Zhuo Wen's entire body. It was as if an extremely terrifying existence was being nurtured within it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a thick demonic light soared into the sky from the demonic chi. It pierced through the horizon and scattered the clouds. In the terrifying demonic light, a slender figure walked over step by step. His footsteps contained demonic sounds as he walked over. Black Widow and the Yiksha jellyfish looked at this figure with fear in their eyes. At this moment, demonic Zhuowen's aura was too majestic. It was much stronger than before. Die! The moment Zhuowen walked out of the demonic light, he only spat out this word. Then, his entire body was like a black bolt of lightning. He rushed in front of Black Widow and the Yiksha jellyfish and gently slashed out with the slaughtering demonic blade. Block! The Yiksha jellyfish roared and raised his trident to block in front of him. As for Black Widow, she naturally took out 10 finger blades and placed them in front of her. Bang! The slaughtering demonic blade hit the trident and the 10 finger blades. It was just an ordinary slash without any fancy moves. Then, the trident and the finger blades were directly shattered. The remaining force of the slash did not diminish and instantly reached Black Widow's neck. With a miserable shriek, the Black Widow's head was directly chopped off by the blade. The Yiksha jellyfish's reaction was a bit faster. It immediately flew backwards and dodged the sure-kill blade. However, its condition was not good. It was gasping for breath, and its face was pale. Blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. It appeared to be extremely weak. Zhuowen waved his right hand and grabbed Black Widow's nascent soul. Then, he immediately stuffed it into his spiritual ring without any hesitation. So terrifying. The Yiksha jellyfish's eyes were filled with fear. He screamed and actually wanted to escape. However, how could Zhuowen let him go? Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward and caught up with the Yiksha jellyfish. Then, he slashed out again with an ordinary slash. The demonic blade stirred up a violent wind. No! Feeling the terrifying slash behind him, the Yiksha jellyfish screamed and blocked it with his hand. However, Demon Zhuowen's strength had skyrocketed after absorbing the demon origin of Grand Demon Lord. His cultivation had risen to the 5th Heaven Demon Emperor. His battle strength had increased by more than just a little. Slash! In an instant, the Yiksha jellyfish was cut into two by Demon Zhuowen's slash. Blood rained down from the sky. It was an extremely terrifying scene. As soon as the Yiksha jellyfish died, his nascent soul was naturally not spared. It was stored in Zhuowen's spirit ring. Back then, Chang Huang had said that the nascent soul of an Emperor Realm warrior could be used to refine elixirs. Naturally, he would not destroy it. So strong. Zhao Yu and the others naturally also noticed the battle on Demon Zhuowen's side. When they saw Black Widow and the Yiksha jellyfish being killed by Zhuowen, their eyes were filled with surprise. Boom! At this moment, Jiu Xiao, who was originally trapped by the 9-leaf, mystifying lotus, finally broke free. Like a hungry wolf, he rushed towards Mu Chenxue. You're courting death. Zhuo, of the demonic path, roared angrily. He rushed in front of Jiu Xiao and slashed out with his blade. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura gushed out and split into countless blade shadows, enveloping Jiu Xiao's entire being. Looks like you've used a secret technique to increase your strength. However, you're still not enough in front of me. 9 firmaments coldly snorted. With a wave of his right hand, 9 clouds shot out. These clouds were very strange, as if they possessed elasticity. When Zhuo Wen's blade landed on them, he was shocked to discover that the clouds first caved in, then protruded out. Between these bumps, there was actually a powerful rebound force. Thud! Thud! Demon Zhuowen frowned slightly and took a few steps back. He stared coldly at Jiu Xiao in front of him and said, "Even if you're a 7th-level Emperor Realm warrior, I'll still kill you." As he spoke, Demon Zhuowen's aura soared again. Under the effect of the devil origin, it continued to rise. Finally, with a boom, his cultivation broke through to the 6th-level Demon Emperor realm. Chapter 1320. Here I come. On the other side, the death of the Yiksha jellyfish had a big impact on Shi Jinhu. Shi Jinhu, let out a mournful cry and actually abandoned Zhuo, one of the Buddhist Tao, and rushed towards Zhuo, one of the demonic Tao. Whoosh! Shi Jinhu was extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Zhuo. A pair of huge tiger claws slammed down from the sky, landing heavily on Zhuo's face. The moment Shi Jinhu attacked, Jiu Shao also made his move. He waved his hands, and 9 clouds spread out, turning into 9 black shadows. They attacked Zhuo of the demonic Tao from 9 directions. Life restraining. Zhuo of the demonic Tao swung his right hand, and the power of confinement spread out around his body. Shi Jinhu, who was originally rushing towards him, suddenly froze when he was about 10 feet away from Zhuo. Life-breaking. The moment Shi Jinhu's figure froze, Zhuo attacked. The demonic slaughter blade swept past Shi Jinhu's lower abdomen at a tricky angle, bringing with it an extremely mournful spray of blood that splashed out. Oh! Shi Jinhu let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky and crashed heavily into the ground. Blood continuously flowed out from his lower abdomen, almost forming a small pool. Shi Jinhu's aura also gradually weakened. After killing Shi Jinhu, Zhuo of the demonic Tao did not let down his guard, because Jiu Zhao's attacks were coming one after another. The 9 clouds were extremely difficult to deal with. Bang! 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 Zhuo of the demonic Tao slashed out again and again, but found that the 9 clouds were extremely tough. When the blade slashed on the surface, there was a surge of elasticity, and it was impossible to break through the 9 clouds. Aha, it's useless. These 9 clouds are my armor soul. Not only can it increase my speed, but it also has the effect of reflecting attacks. Even a 6th-level demon emperor would find it difficult to break through my 9 clouds. Jiu Shao stood above the clouds, looking down at Zhuo of the demonic Tao with a sneer. Reflecting power? As long as my power exceeds the limits of what the clouds can bear, then these clouds will naturally break. Zhuo of the demonic Tao suddenly stopped and looked up at Jiu Shao in the sky with an inexplicable smile. Seeing the smile on Zhuo of the demonic Tao's mouth, Jiu Zhao's eyes narrowed, and a trace of surprise arose in his heart, but that quickly turned into horror. This was because he found that a terrifying force he was Jiu Shao of the demonic Tao sect was. When he turned his head and looked into the distance, he immediately discovered that a figure was flying over at an extremely fast speed from the horizon. It was clearly 1,000 kilometers away a moment ago, but it was already very close at this moment. Boom! Before Jiu Shao could react, a long spear with a deafening tiger's roar shot over with a swoosh, aiming for his neck, wanting to pierce through it. Retreat! Jiu Zhao's scalp went numb. The might of this spear was very terrifying. He did not dare to fight against it, and hurriedly retreated. 4 Killer Ray, come out! As Jiu Shao of the demonic Tao sect retreated, a cold voice was spat out. 4 huge blood-red scrolls unfolded in the air and spread out in 4 directions, enveloping Jiu Shao of the demonic Tao sect. A terrifying power of strangulation spread out like a meat grinder. Jiu Zhao's face changed drastically. The strangulation power of the 4 Killer Ray was terrifying. Even if he used his defense, he found that his defense did not have any significant effect under the effect of the strangulation power. Damn it! Jiu Shao cursed under his breath. He waved his right hand, and the 9 clouds surrounding Zhuo were summoned back. They wrapped around his body, resisting the strangling power of the 4 Killer Ray. For a moment, they were able to resist. Who the hell are you? After blocking the 4 Killer Ray, Jiu Zhao's gaze fell on the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He gnashed his teeth. The figure was a young man in a black robe. Behind his back was a pair of purple lightning wings that were 100 feet long. Earlier, this person had relied on this pair of strange lightning wings to instantly reach this place from 1,000 miles away. The person who will kill you. Zhuo's eyes were full of indifference. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuo of the demonic path revealed a strange smile. Then, he turned into a demonic eye and instantly merged into Zhuo's forehead. Boom! A terrifying pressure burst out from Zhuan's body. After fusing with the power of the demonic avatar, Zhuan's strength was much more terrifying than before. Just the pressure he exuded was like a towering mountain, extremely heavy and powerful. Even though Zhuan's qi was terrifying, Jiu Shao realized that he only had the strength of the second Great Emperor layer. How could a cultivator with the strength of the second Great Emperor layer be so strong? Jiu Shao was surprised. Was he really a cultivator with the strength of the second Great Emperor layer? Die! Zhuan took a step in the air and instantly appeared in front of Jiu Shao. With the 4-kill formation's killing power, Zhuan raised the tiger head, clear gold spear above his head, and smashed it down, heavily smashing one of the clouds around Jiu Shao. Boom! Then, Jiu Shao was horrified to find that the clouds that could reflect attacks had collapsed and turned into nothingness. Break! 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 Zhuan's attack did not slow down. The tiger head clear gold spear blasted out again and again. Every strike destroyed a cloud. In the end, the 9 clouds that surrounded Jiu Shao were all destroyed by Zhuan. Jiu Shao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Who are you? Jiu Shao was sent flying. He looked back with difficulty in the air and stared at Zhuan in front of him as he muttered to himself. Zhuan stood in the air and looked down at Jiu Shao. He did not speak. He only stretched out his right hand and said indifferently, "Go to hell and ask the king of hell. For kill formation, destroy." As soon as he finished speaking, the killing power of the 4-kill formation rushed into Jiu Shao's body. His eyes bulged out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was directly crushed by the killing power. Countless clouds of blood splattered in the air, and only his head was left. This fellow is so strong. The moment Jiu Shao was killed, Zhao Yu's group of 4 not far away opened their mouths and spat out these words with difficulty. Moreover, they could tell that the demonic youth and the Buddhist youth were most likely clones of the black-robed youth that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After all, the demonic youth had directly integrated into the black-robed youth's body, multiplying his battle strength to an extremely terrifying level. Pucci! Suddenly, not far away, Mu Chinxue, who was kneeling on one knee, spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her face was filled with strands of black energy, looking very strange. The black energy contained a terrifying cold energy. This cold energy was enough to penetrate one's bones, making one feel cold. Mu Chinxue's consciousness also became a bit blurry. "This is bad, junior sister Chinxue." Zhao Yu's group of 4 were all shocked by the movements on Mu Chinxue's side. They all revealed looks of shock, but the cold energy around Mu Chinxue was too terrifying. The 4 of them could not get close at all. Swoosh! Zhuan took a step forward and stared at Mu Chinxue, whose body was filled with cold poison. His heart was filled with worry. "Kid, hurry up and use the heavenly fire to suppress the cold poison in this little girl's body. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with her." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Zhuan waved his right hand, and the Buddha's clone, not far away, immediately entered his body. Then, he walked step by step towards Mu Chinxue, his footsteps unwavering. Perhaps it was because she heard the footsteps, but Mu Chinxue, who was originally a bit blurry, said in a deep voice, "Don't come near me. This cold poison is not something you can fight against." However, the footsteps did not stop because of Mu Chinxue's words. He continued to walk forward step by step. Mu Chinxue raised her head with difficulty. Her eyebrows knitted slightly on her charming face that was shrouded in black qi. Then, her beautiful eyes fell on the figure in front of her. Because she had been resisting the cold poison all along, she did not see the battle between Zhuan and 9 firmaments. When her gaze finally fell on Zhuan's face, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise, doubt, and many other complicated emotions. She did not say anything. She only quietly stared at the young man who was slowly walking over. However, her heart had started to become chaotic. Every step seemed to be stepping on her heart, causing her heart to beat extremely fast, like a little deer running around in disorder. Zhuowen also quietly stared at Mu Chinxue. Their eyes met and did not move away. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You're here. Mu Chinxue spat out these words with some difficulty. Her cherry-red lips curled into a sweet smile. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so breathtaking. Even Zhao Yu and the other three who were standing nearby could not help but be stunned. Mu Chinxue's smile was too beautiful. This was the first time they had seen Mu Chinxue smile like this. Mu Chinxue was always cold and never smiled at Sky Capital Peak. She was the famous ice beauty of the Inner Academy. However, this ice beauty seemed to have melted at this moment. She actually revealed such a breathtaking smile. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. All of this seemed to be because of the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Then, who exactly was this black-robed young man? I've found the heavenly fire. I can help you suppress the cold poison in your body. Zhuowen also smiled. Soon after, the 9 flames karmic fire burst out from his body and surrounded his body. Soon after, he walked over step by step. With the protection of a 9 flames karmic fire, the black cold poison that spread from Mu Chinxue's body was expelled. It did not pose the slightest threat to Zhuowen. Zhuowen slowly walked to Mu Chinxue's side. He extended his right hand and gently caressed the former's delicate face. Soon after, a wisp of 9 flames karmic fire rushed out from his palm and completely expelled the black cold poison on Mu Chinxue's face. I'm sorry, I came too late. Zhuowen gently said as his right hand caressed Mu Chinxue's beautiful hair. There was a trace of apology in his voice. Mu Chinxue gently shook her head. Soon after, she slowly leaned on Zhuowen's right shoulder under the stunned gazes of Zhao Yu and the other three. Her soft black hair scattered down Zhuowen's back. Everything appeared so otherworldly. What is going on? Chapter 13:21. Cold Poison. Quietly feeling the woman leaning on his shoulder, Zhuowen gently caressed Mu Chinxue's soft hair and smelled the elegant fragrance. Zhuowen felt exceptionally peaceful. Mu Chinxue had a very unique temperament. Perhaps from afar, she looked as cold as ice, giving off a sense of alienation that kept others at a distance. However, when one truly came into contact with her heart, Zhuowen discovered that the cold woman in front of him actually had a very gentle heart. This invisible, delicate feeling made Zhuowen feel a trace of pity in his heart. Therefore, he gently caressed Mu Chinxue's beautiful hair as if he was using this method to comfort her. Zhuowen, the cold poison in my body, Mu Chinxue seemed to have discovered something. She suddenly lifted her head and distanced herself from Zhuowen. This was because she discovered that Zhuowen's shoulder was also infected with the black cold poison. However, Zhuowen was very domineering. He grabbed Mu Chinxue's arm and pulled her into his embrace with a little force. He said gently, I have the heavenly fire, 9 flames karmic fire in my body. The cold poison will not cause any harm to me. Don't worry. As he spoke, Zhuowen gently squeezed Mu Chinxue's hand with his right hand. Wisps of 9 colored flames turned into threads and entered Mu Chinxue's body. They followed the meridians in her arm and entered her dantian. The moment the heavenly fire, 9 flames karmic fire, entered Mu Chinxue's meridians, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He discovered that the dark, cold poison that was originally hidden in Mu Chinxue's dantian had completely gone berserk at this moment. It was like a snowstorm that was rampaging through the 8 extraordinary meridians in her body. In fact, Zhuowen could sense that he simply could not imagine how Mu Chinxue would be able to endure the cold poison that had already spread throughout her meridians. She was even able to appear so calm. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a smile on her face, Zhuowen felt even more pity for her. He sighed and said, Actually, when you were fighting with the Yiksha jellyfish, the cold poison in your body had already acted up, right? Why are you so foolish? Do you still want to continue fighting? Mu Chinxue's meridians were almost completely permeated by the cold poison. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take a certain amount of time for the cold poison to seep into her meridians. If it wasn't for Mu Chinxue's powerful cultivation, she would have been dead by now. Even so, Mu Qinshua's current situation was not good. Mu Qinshua looked straight at Zhuan, smiled sweetly, and said, "Don't I have you now? Didn't you bring the heavenly fire over? I always believed that you would do as you said. I always believed in you." Looking at the resolute, beautiful woman in front of him, Zhuan's heart was suddenly touched. He also did not expect that Mu Qinshuo would actually believe in him so much. Moreover, it was an unconditional trust. In Zhuan's opinion, this was an extremely foolish way of doing things. However, it touched Zhuan's heart. He said softly, "What if I didn't come? Or if I came late? Would you still believe in me?" Mu Qinshuo raised her head slightly, looked at Zhuan with an extremely serious expression, and shook her head, saying, "I believe that you won't. Then you will definitely be able to make it here." Zhuan's eyes moved slightly, and he sighed softly, saying, "You're really stupid, really stupid. Let me help you suppress the cold poison in your body first. The dark cold poison has already spread throughout your meridians. If you want to completely expel it, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time." "Okay." Mu Qinshuo nodded gently and did not reject Zhuan. However, her face quickly turned red, and a rare bashful look appeared in her beautiful eyes. This was because at this moment, Zhuan was rather domineeringly holding her hands in his palm. Soon after, she felt a wave of blazing heat pass through her arms from Zhuan's palm and into her 8 extraordinary meridians. She knew that it was caused by the heavenly fire in Zhuan's body. Moreover, she realized that as the energy of the heavenly fire passed through her meridians and circulated throughout her body, the bone-chilling cold in her body was also alleviated. Her pale face gradually became a little rosy. However, she still felt powerless. After all, Zhuan was only suppressing the cold poison in her body and did not expel it at all. Most of her strength was suppressed by the cold poison, and she could not display much of her strength. After all, the energy produced by the cold poison was too terrifying. If the cold poison was not completely expelled, it would be very difficult for Mu Qinshuo to recover her strength. Hey, who exactly are you?" At this moment, Zhao Yu and the other 3 had also arrived beside the 2. Among them, Zhao Yu looked at Zhuan holding Mu Qinshuo's hands in extreme displeasure. Although Mu Qinshuo had only entered the Inner Academy for less than a year, no matter if it was her appearance or aura, she could be counted on one hand in the entire Inner Academy, or even in the divine Netherrealm. Many direct disciples of the Inner Academy had once thrown an olive branch at Mu Qinshuo. However, they had all been decisively rejected. This was also how her nickname of the Ice Beauty had come about. In the eyes of many disciples of the Inner Academy, Mu Qinshuo's character was icy cold, and she seemed to reject everyone and everything. Although she had many suitors, there were very few who dared to approach her. Only the direct disciples of the 9 Peaks who were powerful would pester her. After all, the direct disciples' strength was not inferior to Mu Qinshuo's, and some of them were even extremely terrifying, far above Mu Qinshuo's. In the face of the pestering of such existences, even if Mu Qinshuo decisively rejected them, she was unable to do anything about it. At this moment, the Ice Beauty that was renowned far and wide in the Inner Academy was leaning on an unfamiliar young man. Furthermore, this young man had even unknowingly held onto Mu Qinshuo's hands. For Zhao Yu, who had originally admired Mu Qinshuo, this was definitely an extremely huge blow. What caused Zhao Yu to be even more furious was that Mu Qinshuo did not reject him, and instead took the initiative to lean on him. The intimate actions of the 2 had definitely caused Zhao Yu to suffer a great deal of damage, nearly causing him to vomit blood. "Don't disturb me. I'm currently suppressing the cold poison within Mu Qinshuo's body." Zhuan raised his head slightly, his gaze eerily cold as he stared at Zhao Yu. Soon after, a demonic eye shot out from between his brows, revealing a demonic avatar that coldly stared at Zhao Yu and the other 3. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out from the demonic avatar like a vast mountain. This demonic aura was so terrifying that Zhao Yu and the other 3 felt their legs go soft. They almost lost their balance as cold sweat covered their foreheads. Are you really suppressing the cold poison for junior sister Chen Shui? Zhao Yu asked in disbelief. However, Guoqing, who was beside him, opened his mouth and said, Zhao Yu, look. Junior sister Chen Shui's face is starting to turn rosy. This guy must be suppressing the cold poison for junior sister Chen Shui. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's gaze landed on Mu Chenshue's exquisite face. As expected, her originally pale face had turned even more rosy at this moment. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yu fell silent. However, he was still unhappy. However, even though he was unhappy, he still did not dare to make a move. He did not have the guts to do so. After all, the mysterious young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him was too terrifying. This demonic youth should be a clone of this young man, and he already had the cultivation of a 6th-level demon emperor. Moreover, what he could not see through was that this young man's aura was clearly only at the 2nd level of the emperor realm. However, the battle strength he displayed was even more terrifying than the 6th-level demon emperor. As soon as he appeared, he killed Zhou Xiao, who was ranked 9th on the sin list. This young man's strength was probably not inferior to the top-ranked core disciples of the 9 Peaks. Of course, if this person could catch the eye of any peak master of the 9 Peaks, he could directly become a personal disciple. It was not easy to become a personal disciple. It depended on the peak master's preference. If the peak master felt that you had endless potential and thought highly of you, even if your strength was very weak, you might be directly promoted to the position of a personal disciple. Mu Chenxue was like this. Back then, when she became a core disciple in a very short time, she immediately attracted the attention of old man Tiandu. Soon after, she was directly accepted as a personal disciple and focused on training. About an hour later, Zhuowen slowly withdrew his hands. His gaze became rather cold as he stared at Mu Chenxue and said, Due to the outbreak of the cold poison in your body, it has spread to almost all of your body. It will take a long time to completely expel it. Right now, I am only suppressing the cold poison in your body. If you want to expel it, it will take a lot of time. Now that the great desolate forest is not a good place, I will expel the poison for you after we return to the inner courtyard. Mu Chenxue nodded. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen as she softly said, I will listen to you. Let's return to the inner courtyard first. The Yiksha jellyfish is also dead. This killing mission can be considered as completed. It's time to go back. Zhao Yu glanced at Zhuowen with slight displeasure and then said softly to Mu Chenxue, Boom, boom, boom. Just as the group was preparing to return, a terrifying vibration sounded from the depths of the great desolate forest not far away. Moreover, this vibration was extremely dense and loud. It was as if mysterious thunder had descended from the 9 heavens, spreading throughout the entire great desolate forest, echoing unceasingly. What's going on? Zhao Yu and the other 3 involuntarily staggered under this vibration and almost fell to the ground. As for Mu Chenxue, due to the cold poison, her body was extremely weak. Her footsteps staggered, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Zhuowen's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He grabbed her jade-like hand and pulled her into his embrace. With a soft fragrance in his embrace, Zhuowen only felt his heart flutter. Mu Chenxue did not resist and only quietly leaned on Zhuowen's chest as 2 blushes surfaced on her exquisite cheeks. At the same time, in the depths of the great desolate forest, there was actually a dense pack of Huang beasts. These Huang beasts fled in panic, their lively eyes filled with fear. They even ignored Zhuowen's group on the empty ground and directly swept past them. They simply did not plan to attack the group. Could it be that some powerful Huang beast in the depths of the great desolate forest has been alarmed? Let's hurry and leave. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yu's expression slightly changed as he spoke with extreme caution. I will take care of Mu Chenxue. Let's quickly leave together. Chapter 1322. Lunar Golden Crow in Zhao Yu's eyes. Zhuowen's actions caused him to feel increasingly displeased. However, he was not an unreasonable person. Since the situation was urgent, he would naturally not fuss too much over such a matter. Illo, a shocking beast roar came from the depths of the great desolate forest. The rolling sound waves spread out, causing countless trees in the surroundings to tremble. The trees in the depths of the great desolate forest even trembled violently under the sound waves and fell to the ground like ruins. How terrifying! What level of desolate beast is it to be able to unleash such terrifying power? Guoqing, who was following behind, had his eyes filled with fear. It's at least a level 8 desolate beast. Moreover, I discovered that there's more than one level 8 desolate beast. Zhao Yu slowly turned around and muttered with a trembling voice. This was because in the depths of the desolate forest, a gigantic beast that was a few hundred feet long was rushing out from the depths. Its speed was extremely fast, and every step it took was able to cause the entire desolate forest to tremble, resulting in continuous rumbling sounds. This desolate beast's head was shaped like a wolf's head. There was a pair of gray horns on its head, and its body was covered with pitch-black scales. What was even more bizarre was that this desolate beast had 9 tails on its back. Each tail was a wolf's head, and it looked extremely ferocious. This is the 9-tailed centipede, a level 8 desolate beast. This fellow seems to be running towards us. Guoqing also saw the 9-tailed centipede and could not help but exclaim. His speed immediately increased by a lot. Not only the 9-tailed centipede, there's also the lunar golden crow. Zhao Yu said with an ugly expression. Just as Zhao Yu had said, a clear and melodious cry came from the sky above the 9-tailed centipede. Immediately, a 3-legged golden crow that was several hundred feet in size spread its wings and flew high. Its target was also here. This golden crow was extremely strange. Its feathers were ice blue, and its entire body was emitting an extremely terrifying cold aura. This cold aura was so strong that it seemed to freeze the surrounding space and crack it open. The extreme golden crow was a class 8 desolate beast. In a sense, the extreme golden crow was even more terrifying than the 9-tailed centipede. Although both were class 8 desolate beasts, the bloodline of the extreme golden crow was much higher than that of the 9-tailed centipede. An ordinary 8th level Emperor Realm warrior would be courting death if he fought against the lunar golden crow. The lunar golden crow's strength was at the pinnacle of 8th level wild beasts. Only the extremely talented geniuses in the major forces who had reached the 8th level Emperor Realm could barely match the Sun Moon Golden Crow. After all, the Sun Moon Golden Crow was no weaker than an ordinary 9th level Emperor Realm expert. Such an existence could already be considered an overlord in the great desolate forest. At this moment, for some unknown reason, it had actually suddenly emerged from the depths of the great desolate forest. Yeah, the great moon golden crow let out a long cry. Its sharp eyes looked down at the great desolate forest below. Soon after, it locked onto Zhuan's group. Its eyes contained a trace of greed, doubt, and a chilling emotion. Whoosh! The great moon golden crow was extremely decisive. It flapped its wings and soared up. Soon after, it chased after Zhuan's group with a clear target. The 9-tailed centipede's eyes flickered. It did not think much and followed closely behind the great moon golden crow. The 9-tailed centipede and the great moon golden crow had a good relationship. This time, for some unknown reason, the great moon golden crow had actually called it out. Then, it flew towards the periphery of the great desolate forest. The small town outside the great desolate forest was naturally attracted by the commotion caused by the great moon golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. Soon after, they saw the great moon golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede flying out from the depths of the forest. Everyone began to panic. What's going on? Powerful wild beasts like the great moon golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede should only live in the depths of the great desolate forest. Why they come out now? All the warriors were puzzled. However, when they saw the 2 giant beasts flying towards the small town, all the warriors could not remain calm. Many of them even began to leave the small town and hide far away. The scene was extremely chaotic. Damn it, the target of these 2 wild beasts is us. Zhao Yu finally realized that something was wrong because he found that wherever Wu Luan and the others ran, the three-legged golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede were chasing them. They were obviously targeting them. Zhao Yu and the other three were a little confused. They did not seem to have anything that the great moon golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede needed. Why were these two big guys chasing after them? Swoosh! The great moon golden crow was too fast. With a flap of its wings, it appeared in front of everyone as if it had teleported. Immediately, its pair of sharp eyes stared straight at Mu Qinxue in Zhuan's arms. Its eyes were filled with greed. "Human, hand over the woman in your hands, and I will let you go." A cold and tongue-tied voice was heard. It should be the voice of the great moon golden crow. Boom! Not long after the great moon golden crow stopped everyone in front, the nine-tailed centipede also arrived from behind. It stared at Zhuan and the others covetously. What? The great moon golden crow's target is junior sister Qin Shui? How can it be? Zhao Yu and the other three's faces changed as they exclaimed. This great moon golden crow absorbs cold energy to cultivate. Its target should be the cold poison in my body. Mu Qinxue coughed a few times and said in a weak voice. The great moon golden crow stared at Mu Qinxue and said, "If I'm not wrong, the cold poison in your body is the dark cold poison. This kind of cold poison is extremely terrifying and powerful. Only the legendary divine beast black tortoise can release this kind of cold poison. Although there's only a trace of dark cold poison in your body, it is enough to be fatal. I never thought that a human like you would not die until now. But it's good for me. With the dark cold poison, I have the chance to become a 9th grade wild beast and become the supreme overlord of the great wild forest." Mu Qinshue's face was extremely calm. She gently rubbed her face on Zhuan's chest and said in a gentle voice, "Zhuan, bring Zhao Yu and the other three back to the inner court first." "Junior sister Qin Shui, you can't do that. You definitely can't. If you don't go back, we won't go back either." Zhao Yu sternly refused, and his face was filled with determination. Zhuan took another look at Zhao Yu. This Zhao Yu's actions were quite straightforward, and he liked to show his emotions on his face. For example, when he acted intimately with Mu Qinxue, this fellow would try his best to show his unhappy emotions for Zhuan to see. Of course, Zhuan would usually ignore it. However, the three people standing behind Zhao Yu began to hesitate. A person only had one life, and they naturally did not want to sacrifice themselves. This was too unfair to them. "I won't go either." Zhuan lowered his head and stared at Mu Qinshue's bright eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc as he hugged Mu Qinshue's delicate body even tighter. He continued, "This time, no matter what, you can forget about escaping from my hands. I will firmly tie you to my side." Hearing Zhuan's overbearing words and the tense strength on her body, Mu Qinshue's eyes flickered. She gently nodded her head and said, "Then we won't separate. However, this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Yu and the rest. Don't worry, since this mixed hairbird's target is you, I will bring it out for a walk." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhuo Wen's mouth. Soon after, his entire body began to emit dense bolts of purple lightning. These bolts of purple lightning all gathered on his back, finally transforming into a pair of lightning wings that were 30 meters long. Rumble. As the purple lightning wings spread out, Zhuan carried Mu Qinxue and practically teleported to the left to escape. "Damn human! How dare you call me a mixed hairbird? You're simply courting death." The Grand Moon Golden Crow was stunned. It did not expect that the young man in front of it would dare to insult it in front of its face. It also did not expect that the young man in front of it would dare to openly escape from it. Therefore, the Grand Moon Golden Crow was enraged. The consequences of its anger were extremely severe. It spread its wings and chased after Zhuan. Terrifying cold air gathered around the Grand Moon Golden Crow to form a powerful ice domain. Oh, the nine-tailed centipede also roared and followed closely behind the Grand Moon Golden Crow. Damn it! Looking at the Grand Moon Golden Crow and the nine-tailed centipede in the distance, Zhao Yu suddenly stomped his feet and was flustered and exasperated. Whether it was Zhuan, the Grand Moon Golden Crow, or the nine-tailed centipede, they were all much faster than him. With his cultivation and speed, It was impossible for him to catch up with them. Zhao Yu, let's go back to the inner court first. Let's inform the Peak Master about this matter. Then, the Peak Master will send someone to save Junior Sister Chen Shui. Guiqing said to Zhao Yu. Sigh. This is the only way now. Zhao Yu sighed softly and nodded. Immediately, the four of them rushed out of the great desolate forest and rushed to the inner court. Rumble. A purple lightning flashed, and a figure appeared in the sky above the great desolate forest. The figure had 10 feet of purple lightning wings on his back, and he was carrying a beautiful woman in his arms. Human, your speed is not bad, but you can't escape from my palm. Hundreds of meters away, the Grand Moon Golden Crow was wrapped in endless cold air and followed closely behind Zhuowen. This caused Zhuowen's face to turn ugly. The Grand Moon Golden Crow was very fast. Even when Zhuowen opened his purple lightning wings, he was still unable to shake it off. The Grand Moon Golden Crow was even more surprised. It was a natural divine bird, and its speed was unparalleled in the world. In the Emperor realm, it was difficult to find a cultivator faster than the Grand Moon Golden Crow. However, the human cultivator with purple wings on his back was actually so fast. Even when it chased with all its might, the distance between them did not decrease at all. You can't catch up with me either, Zhuowen coldly replied. He opened his purple lightning wings, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared in front of the Grand Moon Golden Crow. The Grand Moon Golden Crow's gaze became even colder. It roared into the sky and said, You can't escape. I seal 1,000 miles. A sharp cry resounded in the sky above the great desolate forest. Immediately, a terrifying cold air surged out of the Grand Moon Golden Crow's body. With it as the center, it spread in all directions. Chapter 1323. Chaotic battle. The entire area within 1,000 miles had turned into a domain of ice and snow. Zhuowen, who was hundreds of meters away, naturally felt the powerful ice and snow power from the 1,000 miles of ice seal. His speed dropped sharply, and the Sun Golden Crow let out a shrill cry. Its speed reached its limit, and in an instant, it caught up with Zhuowen. Zhuowen only felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Then he saw that the Sun Golden Crow had appeared behind him at some point in time. A huge, icy blue claw descended from the sky. This claw was extremely powerful. It could pierce through gold and crack stone, and it swept up an endless hurricane. 4 Kill-Ray. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He immediately used his immortal power to outline the 4 Kill-Ray in the air. Waves of strangling power surged out, resisting the sharp claws of the Sun Golden Crow. Boom! The sharp claws slammed into the 4 Kill-Ray, and then it paused for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. Then, like a hot knife through butter, the 4 Kill-Ray completely collapsed. Zhuowen groaned. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. This Sun Golden Crow was so terrifying. Just a casual claw had broken through his defense. Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen retreated, the Sun Golden Crow's gaze became even colder. Its claw continued to sweep over, as if it wanted to tear Zhuowen apart. Buddha's eye. Zhuowen took out his Buddha's eye, and it turned into a Buddha's avatar. Then, Zhuowen handed Mu Qinshui to the Buddha's avatar, while he pulled out the tiger head clear gold spear with his right hand. The immortal power in his body surged, and he rushed towards the Sun Golden Crow without fear. How dare you take the initiative to attack? You are simply courting death. The Sun Golden Crow sneered. Its sharp claws pierced through gold and cracked stone, and instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cautious. He suddenly threw out the tiger head clear gold spear. The long spear began to expand crazily. In an instant, it became hundreds of feet long and heavily slammed into the sharp claws of the Sun Golden Crow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, Zhuowen's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. At the same time, the Buddha's avatar carried Mu Qinshui and quickly fled out of the frost domain. Since the Tiny Golden Crow's target was Mu Qinshui, Zhuowen only needed to send Mu Qinshui away. Zhuowen, your true body? Mu Chinxue struggled to prop herself up and tried to push away Zhuan's embrace. However, the latter's hands were like iron hoops as he held her tightly and said, "It's okay. My real body can get out of here as long as you're okay." But Mu Chinxue still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Zhuan. "Leave everything to me." Looking at Zhuan's determined and stubborn eyes, Mu Chinxue's beautiful eyes suddenly became misty. The Tying Golden Crow was a level 8 wild beast, and it was at the peak of the level 8 wild beasts. Its strength was terrifyingly close to the 9th Heaven Emperor realm. Although Zhuan was extraordinary in the face of such a powerful opponent, even if he had some trump cards that could help him escape, he would have to pay a great price. "Then you have to promise me that you'll come back safely." Mu Chinxue's delicate body slowly curled up. Her beautiful eyes looked through Zhuan's arms and looked at the distant sky, at the figure who was fighting with the Tying Golden Crow. The owner of the figure was her man, the man who was willing to do everything for her. "Yes, definitely." Zhuan nodded heavily. Immediately, he took a step forward and left the Frost Domain in an instant. "Nine-tailed Hui, catch up with that woman. That woman is very important to me. If you help me get her back, I'm willing to give you the Tying Golden Rune for you to comprehend." The Tying Golden Crow roared and said to the nine-tailed Hui, who was coming from behind, "Tying Golden Rune?" The nine-tailed Hui's eyes flashed and laughed. "Deal. I'll help you get that woman back." With that, the nine-tailed venomous snake leaped into the air and swooped down like a glider, chasing after Zhuo of Buddhism. Its speed was even faster than before. "You want to catch up?" "No way." Zhuo shouted as a demonic eye shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a demonic doppelganger. The doppelganger held the demonic slaughtering blade in its hand as it circulated the supreme demonic battle art in its body. It stepped into the void and blocked the nine-tailed centipede. "A mere 6th heaven demon emperor dares to stop me. You're courting death." The nine-tailed centipede roared, and the 9 wolf heads on its tail shot out from 9 different directions, heading straight for Zhuo, one of the demonic Tao, completely enveloping him. Life destruction, chaotic mortal world, life abstinence. Demonic Zhuo's eyes were cold. He raised the demonic slaughter blade in his right hand and continuously used the first 3 moves of the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique. Countless blade shadows swept out along with the mortal world essence. The nine-tailed Hui even felt an extremely powerful restrictive force in the blade shadows. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the nine-tailed centipede collided with the 3 great blade auras. Soon after, it discovered that the combined power of the 3 great blade auras was earth-shattering. It was even forced back by the terrifying blade aura. 9 wolf cannon. The nine-tailed Hui roared angrily. The 9 wolf heads at its tail opened their mouths. Black light was born from their mouths. Immediately, the black light condensed into a terrifying light beam and blasted toward the 3 attacks in front of it. Boom! 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 The 9 wolf cannon's power was terrifying. The moment it hit the blade auras, it set off continuous explosions. The area within a few hundred feet was filled with black light and blade shadows. It looked exceptionally terrifying. Such a powerful movement naturally attracted the attention of many warriors in the town outside the great desolate forest. After they saw the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede, they all avoided the town and gathered on a hill 1,000 meters away from the town. That's a human warrior? Someone is fighting the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed Hui? And I feel that this person's aura is not very strong. He's only a 2nd-level Emperor Realm. Are you kidding? How can a 2nd-level Emperor Realm warrior fight against level 8 wild beasts like the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed Hui? Don't you think about your words before you speak? Damn, he's really a 2nd-level Emperor Realm warrior. He's even fighting the lunar golden crow? Is there something wrong with my eyes? There was a lot of discussion on the hill. Most of the warriors were surprised that the 2nd-level Emperor Realm warrior was able to stand in front of the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. Moreover, he wasn't killed immediately. Instead, he was fighting a brilliant battle. This was really a big surprise to everyone. After all, The nine-tailed Hui was a level 8 wild beast. Although the demon avatar had advanced to the 6th level demon emperor realm, it was still a little difficult to fight against the nine-tailed Hui. Therefore, in the following confrontation, the demon avatar was almost suppressed by the nine-tailed Hui. However, the demonic avatar was also rather difficult to deal with. Although the nine-tailed centipede was able to suppress it, it was unable to shake off the demonic avatar and chase after Mooch and Shui. This caused the nine-tailed centipede to gnash its teeth in anger. Dang, dang, dang. At the same time, Zhuan's body was defeated by the lunar golden crow's attack. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. Damned human die. Seeing that Zhuan was about to disappear from sight with Mooch and Shui, the lunar golden crow roared and attacked Zhuan's body wildly. Its aura became even more terrifying than before. Obviously, the lunar golden crow had entered a state of madness. Zhuan took a few steps back and immediately said in a low voice, "Xiaohei, it's your turn." With that said, Zhuan's right hand pointed at his glabella. Suddenly, a terrifying ink-black energy swept out. A terrifying dragon roar swept out from Zhuan's body. Then, a huge black dragon appeared in the void behind Zhuan. Boom! Blackie roared. Its terrifying claws suddenly blasted out and collided heavily with the sharp claws of the lunar golden crow. Immediately, a terrifying wind swept out between the two of them. The wind spread in all directions, and the surrounding space collapsed. The wind whistled, and it was extremely frightening. Dang, dang, dang. The lunar golden crow retreated dozens of steps under this attack. Its sharp eyes stared at the black dragon in front of it. It actually felt a sense of fear from this black dragon. Xiaohei also retreated dozens of steps. Although it was a terrifying existence 10,000 years ago, it was now Zhuan's armor soul. Moreover, it was severely injured. Even though Zhuan had advanced to the Imperial Power Realm and could completely materialize, its strength was limited by Zhuan's own realm. Zhuan guessed that Xiaohei's current strength should be about the same as the lunar golden crow's. Of course, if Zhuan's cultivation increased a little, the strength that Xiaohei displayed would be even stronger than it was now. However, what troubled Zhuan was that the collision just now had consumed most of the star power in his body. Xiaohei was indeed powerful, but every attack consumed his own strength. Moreover, the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption. For Zhuan at this moment, Xiaohei was like a bottomless pit with a huge appetite. Zhuan knew that if the lunar golden crow attacked again, the star power in his body would not be enough to support Xiaohei. Therefore, at this moment, he prayed that the lunar golden crow would retreat because of Xiaohei's strength. No wonder a mere second-level Emperor Realm boy can have such powerful combat strength. It turns out that he has a dragon soul in him, and an extremely powerful one at that. The lunar golden crow squinted its eyes and stared at Xiaohei with fear. At the same time, Zhuan from Buddhism took Mooch and Shui and completely disappeared from the sight of the lunar golden crow. The lunar golden crow's eyelids twitched. Its sharp eyes stared at Zhuan. Although it wanted to tear him apart immediately, it was extremely wary of Xiaohei, who was floating around Zhuan. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Although Zhuan had consumed more than half of the star power in his body, and even his body was a little weak, he still had a strong aura. He wanted to use this to intimidate the lunar golden crow. Sure enough, after hearing this, the lunar golden crow's eyes flickered, revealing a tinge of fear. Now, Mooch and Shui had disappeared from sight. It would be difficult to get her back. The dragon soul summoned by this human warrior was so powerful that it would not be worth it to fight it head-on. Human, you really think that you can take that woman away? You are too naive. Chapter 1324. Kill Rumble. Suddenly, Zhuan realized that the entire great wild forest began to shake. Immediately, he saw that the wild beasts in every corner of the great wild forest had gathered together and blocked the exit of the great wild forest. Zhuan, who was about to leave the great desolate forest with Mooch and Shui, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. he discovered that the surrounding desolate beasts that were originally fleeing in panic were charging at him without fear of death, blocking his path forward. Get lost. Buddhist Zhuowen frowned slightly. The nine flames' karmic fire flew out and surrounded him, blocking the wild beasts that were charging at him. However, there were too many wild beasts. Even Zhuo, one of Buddha, Tao, felt a little fatigued under the encirclement of so many wild beasts. It mobilized the wild beasts in the great wild forest. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and his face turned pale. He also realized that Buddhist Zhuowen began to retreat under the siege of so many wild beasts. Perhaps the lunar golden crow did it on purpose, but the direction in which the wild beasts were retreating was exactly where Zhuowen's real body was. After a while, Buddhist Zhuowen carried Mu Qinxue and returned to where Zhuowen's real body was. The lunar golden crow is a grade 8 wild beast. It has a superior aura. Just now, it used a special method to mobilize the other wild beasts to fight for it and intercepted your Buddhist doppelganger. Xiao Hei's deep voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen knew that Xiao Hei was transmitting the voice to him. That guy is doomed. 2 grade 8 wild beasts and countless wild beasts are surrounding him. Even if he has 2 doppelgangers, I'm afraid he can't escape. On the hills in the distance, the warriors from the small town who were far away looked at the scene with pity in their eyes. At this moment, there were too many wild beasts in front of Zhuowen. In addition, there were powerful Class 8 wild beasts like the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. No matter how one looked at it, he would definitely lose. Human, hand over that woman, and I can leave your corpse intact, the lunar golden crow said in a deep voice. You want the dark cold poison in my body, right? If you let him go now, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I'd rather die than destroy the dark frost poison. At that time, you won't have the chance to get it. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Mu Qinxue, who was in Zhuowen's arms, suddenly spoke. Her eyes were filled with coldness as she stared calmly at the lunar golden crow in front of her. You dare. The lunar golden crow narrowed its eyes and said coldly, Why not? Mu Qinxue was equally fearless. However, Zhuowen glanced coldly at Mu Qinxue and said, Nonsense. Now that you're in my hands, you have to listen to me. I won't allow you to make your own decisions. Mu Qinxue was stunned. She wanted to break free from Zhuowen's arms, but she found that the arms were holding her tightly. It was impossible for her to break free. Let me face this kind of thing. You just need to stand behind me and watch. I'll hold up the sky for you. An indifferent voice slowly rang out. It wasn't loud, but in Mu Qinxue's ears, it was so loud that she couldn't help but become absent-minded as she absent-mindedly stared at Zhuowen's back. Interesting. Your dragon soul is very powerful, but your cultivation is only at the 2nd level Emperor realm. Do you really think that I'm a 3-year-old child who can't see your current state? How many more times can your dragon soul block me? The lunar golden crow chuckled. It spread its wings and soared up. When it reached the highest point, it swooped down. The whistling wind was mixed with cold air, forming a terrifying snowstorm. Xiao Hei roared and swung its dragon tail at the lunar golden crow. Rumble! A terrifying explosion rang out. Then, the surrounding space collapsed, revealing many black spatial cracks. It looked extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Immediately, the 2 giant beasts fought fiercely in the sky above the great desolate forest. The aftermath of the energy spread out and caused the surrounding thousands of miles to fall into a dead silence. Zhuowen's face became a little ugly. Every attack of Xiao Hei consumed his own energy. Now that it was fiercely colliding with the lunar golden crow, he could clearly feel that the star power in his body was constantly weakening. His face became paler. The lunar golden crow also noticed that Xiao Hei's aura was constantly weakening. It looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away, mockingly. Naturally, it understood the reason, so the lunar golden crow's attacks became fiercer. Under such fierce attacks, Xiao Hei retreated until he was hundreds of meters away. His dragon eyes stared at the lunar golden crow with great fear. Boy, this guy is not easy to deal with. If you don't use the heavenless sword, it will be difficult for you to escape from the lunar golden crow. Xiao He suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. He glanced at the lunar golden crow and said, "You forced me to do this. I didn't want to use that thing. Unfortunately, you pushed me too far." The lunar golden crow's eyes narrowed. It was a little surprised by Zhuowen's words. However, it sneered and said, "Are you trying to trick me? You are just a second-level Emperor Realm expert. What else do you have that can threaten me?" However, as soon as the lunar golden crow said this, its face became completely stiff. This was because it found that the young man in front of it suddenly took out a broken longsword from his spiritual ring. The longsword's body was covered with countless cracks. They were densely packed, like a spiderweb. It was as if the longsword would shatter at any time. However, this shabby sword gave the lunar golden crow a feeling of extreme danger. This sense of danger was a fatal illusion. It was as if the long sword was used, the lunar golden crow might die. Sacred weapon? Oh my God, why do you have a sacred weapon? The lunar golden crow cried out in surprise. Her voice was extremely sharp, and there was a hint of shock in it. Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand and held the heavenless sword in his right palm. A mysterious saint power leaked out from the heavenless sword. This was the power of a sacred weapon. However, Zhuowen was not happy. Instead, he was a little gloomy. The heavenless sword was too damaged. It could only be used twice. The first time was when he killed the 8th green dragon emissary. Now, facing the lunar golden crow, he had no choice but to use the heavenless sword again. He knew that after using it this time, the heavenless sword might collapse and disappear. From then on, he might not have his trump card anymore. Therefore, the lunar golden crow must die. This was the only thought in Zhuowen's mind when he took out the heavenless sword. Kill! Zhuowen roared angrily. He stepped into the void, and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he was in front of the lunar golden crow. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the heavenless sword slashed out with supreme momentum. Yeah, the lunar golden crow looked up to the sky and roared. Its huge claws suddenly grabbed out, trying to block Zhuowen's sword. Puff! It was a very simple sword. However, when the sharp claws of the lunar golden crow came into contact with the heavenless sword, the claws, which were hundreds of feet long, were directly cut off. Blood splattered in the air and turned into a rain of blood. Huh! The lunar golden crow screamed. It spread its wings and wanted to escape. There was only fear left in its eyes. It was too terrifying. The power of a sacred weapon was too terrifying. The lunar golden crow knew very well that its full-strength attack was so easily broken. Obviously, if it continued to fight, it was very likely to die. Don't even think about leaving. Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. Then, he took a step forward. The heavenless sword fell from the sky, forming a sword light that was thousands of feet long. This sword light carried a lawless and terrifying momentum. It instantly caught up with the lunar golden crow and smashed heavily on its body. The lunar golden crow let out a shrill cry as it flapped its wings in an attempt to block the terrifying sword light. Puff! However, it failed. The price of its failure was that its huge wings were directly cut off. Dying! Zhuowen took a step forward and came to the back of the lunar golden crow. He stabbed the heavenless sword into the lunar golden crow's spine. Waves of terrifying saint power poured in. The lunar golden crow's spine was directly shattered into countless pieces under this power. Boom! The lunar golden crow completely fell under the great wild forest, smashing out a terrifying deep pit. The lunar golden crow was a level 8 wild beast. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. Although its wings were broken and its spine was shattered, it was not dead. At this moment, it was constantly struggling in the deep pit. Zhuowen looked down indifferently at the struggling lunar golden crow in the pit. His face was expressionless. Then, he looked at the 9-tailed centipede on the other side, who was firmly suppressing the demonic path avatar. A terrifying, murderous intent burst out. Oh, the 9-tailed centipede naturally also noticed the battle. especially when it saw Zhuowen take out a saint weapon and directly kill the lunar golden crow. Its heart trembled. The lunar golden crow's strength was above its, but under the heavenless sword, it could not even withstand one move, let alone the nine-tailed centipede. Therefore, the nine-tailed centipede roared and directly turned around to flee. Its speed soared to the extreme. A human warrior with a saint weapon was extremely terrifying. Even if the saint weapon looked broken, it could still exert the power to kill the nine-tailed centipede. Want to escape? Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. 10 feet of purple thunder wings grew on his back. With a boom, he disappeared from where he was and instantly caught up with the nine-tailed centipede. The heavenless sword directly slashed out. Rumble. The sound of heaven and earth cracking resounded. The heavenless sword burst out an extremely terrifying sword light and suddenly rushed out. The nine-tailed centipede roared, and the 9 wolf heads at its tail swept out together, emitting 9 black rays that blasted on the sword light. However, the power of the heavenless sword was too terrifying. The black rays that burst out from the 9 wolf heads were directly annihilated. The sword light did not diminish and slashed down. The nine-tailed centipede screamed, and its huge body was directly cut in half. Blood dyed the entire sky red. Hiss! Hiss! Chapter 1325. Madman Xiao, it's too terrifying. Who's this guy? He's so terrifying. He killed the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede. The broken sword in his hand is too terrifying. I guess it must be a sacred weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to kill the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede. It's actually a sacred weapon. Who is this guy? The warriors gathered on the hill were all stunned. They did not expect that Zhuowen, who had been at a disadvantage against the lunar golden crow, would take out a broken sword and kill it. The crowd could not accept the sudden turn of events. They did not even have time to react. When they came back to their senses, their gazes gathered on the heavenless sword in Zhuowen's hand. Immediately, they saw that the cracks on the surface of the heavenless sword were getting denser and denser, spreading to the entire sword. Crack! In the end, the heavenless sword shattered completely under the shocked gazes of the crowd. It turned into dust and dissipated in the world. The sacred weapon shattered just like that? The crowd muttered softly. Zhuowen pinched the empty palm of his right hand. Helplessness appeared in his eyes. The heavenless sword was already severely damaged. Xiaohe had once said that the sword could only be used twice. This was the second time. After killing the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede, the origin energy in the heavenless sword was finally exhausted. It was completely scrapped. Speaking of which, the heavenless sword was extremely powerful. Zhuowen coveted it very much. Unfortunately, it could only be used once. This made Zhuowen quite disappointed. Kid, there's nothing to be disappointed about. If you rely too much on external objects, it won't be good for your development. Now that the heavenless sword has been used up, you can rely on your own strength. Xiaohe's voice slowly sounded in his mind. Zhuowen shrugged and replied, I naturally know that. I just feel that it's a pity. Swoosh! The Buddha clone and demon clone came to Zhuowen's side. Under Zhuowen's mind, they turned into the Buddha demon eye and drilled into his forehead. Zhuowen took Mu Qinxue and held her in his arms. Mu Qinshue's pretty face blushed slightly. She said in a coquettish voice, Zhuowen, I'm much better now. I can walk on my own. Zhuowen shook his head. Your body is still weak. It's okay for me to be tired, but I can't tire you. Seeing Zhuowen's serious appearance, Mu Qinxue broke out in laughter. However, she did not reject Zhuowen. She gently leaned her head against Zhuowen's chest and said in a gentle voice, Zhuowen, call me Chun Shui in the future. Calling me by my full name feels a bit distant. Feeling the gentle girl in his embrace, Zhuowen's heart warmed. He opened his mouth and said, Chun Shui. Hearing this, the smile on the girl's lips became even wider. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shyness. At this moment, she looked like a delicate rose, moving one's soul. Seeing the beautiful appearance of the girl in his embrace, Zhuowen had an impulse in his heart. He slowly landed in a bush and lowered his head. He gently kissed Mu Qinshue's red lips. Mu Qinshui did not even have time to react before she felt her lips warm up. She touched a ball of softness, and a hot breath hit her face, giving her a numb feeling. She did not reject him and just silently looked at the man in front of her. Her beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. After a while, Zhuowen reluctantly raised his head. Seeing the girl in his embrace with a smile, an awkward look appeared on his face. You're too beautiful, so I couldn't help it. Zhuowen gave a dry laugh and began to speak incoherently. Then put me down first. The moon golden crow and nine-tailed centipede are grade 8 desolate beasts. Go and see if those 2 desolate beasts are dead. If they are dead, the things on their bodies are extremely precious. You can exchange them for many good things in the inner academy. Mu Qinshui rolled her eyes at Zhuowen, who was giving a dry laugh. Immediately, she struggled a little and left Zhuowen's embrace as she spoke with a soft smile. Zhuowen also revealed a serious expression when the serious matter was brought up. He said, "Let's go and take a look first. Chun Shui, although the cold poison in your body has been suppressed by me, the damage caused by the eruption of the cold poison is quite large. I wonder how much you have recovered." "I have recovered a little. In any case, it's fine as long as I follow by your side. You will protect me." Mu Qinshui gave a sly smile as she spoke. If Zhao Yu and the other 3 saw this playful appearance of Mu Qinshui, they would definitely be taken aback. Mu Qinshui, who was known as an ice beauty in the inner academy, had such a playful expression on her pretty face. This was really hard to imagine in their impression. As they spoke, the 2 of them rushed towards the place where the moon golden crow had fallen. Zhuowen had deliberately slowed down his pace because he was concerned about Mu Qinshui's internal injuries. 15 minutes later, the 2 of them came to an open space. This was the place where the moon golden crow had fallen. However, there was nothing else on the open space other than the huge pit. "The moon golden crow has escaped?" Mu Qinshui asked in a surprised and uncertain manner. "The moon golden crow's wings and claws have been cut off by Emperor Wu Tian's sword. Its injuries are extremely serious, and it can't escape far. Let's go. Let's continue moving forward." Zhuowen spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, he took a step forward and rushed towards the front of the great desolate forest. Mu Qinshui followed closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, Zhuowen and Mu Qinshui heard a rather dull sound in front of them. The sound was somewhat like footsteps. Whoosh! Zhuowen and Mu Qinshui looked at each other and took a step forward. Suddenly, they saw a huge figure in front of them moving forward slowly. Looking at the way it was moving forward, it seemed to be quite difficult. It should be seriously injured. "Moon Golden Crow, where do you think you are going?" Zhuowen walked over slowly and stared at the huge figure in front of him. His voice became a little cold. Sure enough, after hearing Zhuowen's words, the slowly moving figure suddenly stopped. Then, the huge body of the Moon Golden Crow was revealed. However, the Moon Golden Crow was extremely miserable at this moment. Both of its wings had been cut off, and its back looked bare. Blood kept flowing down. There was only one of its 2 claws left. This was also the reason why it was moving so slowly. The Moon Golden Crow was originally the overlord of the sky, but now, even its wings had been cut off. This was a great insult to it. However, it was not angry. Instead, it was deeply sad and even a little regretful. It regretted that it should not have provoked Zhuowen, a human. Otherwise, it would not have ended up like this. But now, it was too late to regret. To it, losing its wings was not much different from losing its life. Even if Zhuowen did not kill it, the other wild beasts in the great desolate forest would probably fight to kill it and devour its flesh to evolve themselves. The Moon Golden Crow slowly turned around and stared at Zhuowen with an extremely calm gaze. There was a little sadness in the calmness. The overlord of the sky in the great desolate forest was going to be buried here today. "Do you have any last words?" Zhuowen said indifferently. The Moon Golden Crow took a deep look at Zhuowen and shook its head. "I was too careless. I did not expect you to have a sacred weapon, but I am not willing to." Before it finished speaking, Zhuowen had already made his move. He raised his right hand, and the tiger head clear golden spear was held in his hand. Then he spun it, and the tip of the spear exploded with a terrifying sharpness. Boom! The tiger-head, clear golden spear swept out and pierced through the moon golden crow's heart. It pierced through and returned to Zhuowen's hand. Plop! The moon golden crow roared and finally fell to the ground. Its aura slowly faded away. Zhuowen, the moon golden crow, is the pinnacle of level 8 wild beasts. Everything on its body is priceless. It is an extremely precious material. It is a very rare material for an arcanist. Mu Qinxue stared at the moon golden crow and said with some emotion. Zhuo nodded. Just as he was about to put the body of the moon golden crow into his spiritual ring, a figure suddenly swept over and landed in front of Zhuowen. It is indeed the moon golden crow. Haha, my luck is really not bad. The moment the figure landed in front of Zhuowen, there was a maniacal laugh. Zhuowen frowned slightly. However, he did not dare to act rashly. That was because he felt an extremely terrifying aura from the maniacal figure in front of him. The aura was like a mountain, giving Zhuowen an unapproachable feeling. This person was about middle-aged and wore a loose long robe. His hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in black impurities. It was impossible to see his true appearance. His actions were crazy, and his words were unbridled and unrestrained. That person was dancing around the extreme golden crow. Occasionally, he would cry out loudly. At the same time, he was gently stroking the extreme golden crow's corpse. He had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Yo! The smooth and soft feathers, the cold touch, and the hard and sharp claws. Oh, this is great. I finally found you, my baby. After the eccentric man danced with joy, he began to touch the lunar golden crow. Zhuowen had goosebumps when he saw this. He even suspected that this person had a special hobby. It's him? However, Mu Qinxue, who was standing beside Zhuowen, exclaimed in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Perhaps he noticed Mu Qinxue's strange behavior. Zhuowen looked at her in surprise and said, Chen Shui, do you know this person? Mu Qinxue sighed and said, I do know this person because he's also a member of our inner yard. Oh, he's also a member of the inner yard? Then his identity? Zhuowen was stunned and asked in a strange manner. Chapter 1326. Void Immortal Scriptureman narrowed his eyes and stared at the sloppy guy who was dancing beside the sun crow. His eyelids twitched slightly. Such a non-mainstream guy was actually a peak master of the inner court. He knew that the 9 peak masters of the inner court were all sage-to-be. Moreover, they were not ordinary sage-to-be. They were powerful sage-to-be who had become invincible emperor masters before they became powerful sage-to-be. All of them had extraordinary strength. However, Zhuowen wouldn't believe that the fellow in front of him was a half-sage, even if he was beaten to death. However, since it was Mu Qinxue who said it, he knew that it was useless even if he didn't believe it. It was probably the truth. Moreover, the powerful aura that was emitted from the weird guy made Zhuowen believe what Mu Qinxue said. Greetings, Martial Uncle Xiao. Do you still remember me? Just as Zhuowen lowered his head and pondered, Mu Qinxue, who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yu, who was dancing, stopped and turned to look at Mu Qinxue. He grinned and said, Haha, of course I remember. To be honest, I came here for you, Martial Niche Qinxue. Me? Mu Qinxue was a little puzzled. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, there were a few hurried footsteps. Then, 4 figures appeared behind the great desolate forest. These 4 people were none other than Zhao Yu and the other 3 who had left the great desolate forest earlier. Junior sister Qinxue, are you all right? Seeing the beautiful woman standing in front of them, Zhao Yu and the other 3 immediately showed joy on their faces. They came to Mu Qinxue's side and asked her about her well-being. However, Mu Qinxue was not used to this. She waved her hand and deliberately kept a certain distance from the 4 of them. Mu Qinxue's subconscious actions did not cause any dissatisfaction from Zhao Yu and the other 3. They were naturally well aware of Mu Qinxue's cold and indifferent character. Hence, they did not take it to heart. However, the 4 of them soon noticed the motionless lunar golden crow lying not far away. Their eyes widened as they looked at Mu Qinxue. Zhao Yu licked his lips and said in a dry voice, "Junior Sister Chen Shui, was this lunar golden crow killed by you?" As he spoke, Guiqing and the other two people behind Zhao Yu also looked at Mu Qinshui with respect. The lunar golden crow was a grade 8 wild beast, and it was one of the most powerful wild beasts. They knew that Mu Qinshui was talented and powerful, but she was only a level 5 martial emperor. They could accept that she had the fighting strength of a level 7 martial emperor. But now, even a terrifying wild beast like the Taiyin golden crow had fallen. Wasn't Mu Qinshui a little too terrifying? Even Madman Xiao, who was a little crazy, looked at Mu Qinshui in surprise. When he came over, he saw the corpse of the Taiyin golden crow. He was too excited, so he did not ask in detail who killed it. If what Zhao Yu said was true, that the Taiyin golden crow was killed by Mu Qinshui, then this girl's talent was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Madman Xiao could not help but think of old man Tiandu's smug smile. He curled his lips and felt extremely unhappy. Tiandu Peak was the leader of the 9 peaks, so it was naturally the strongest. There were a lot of talents, and it was the model of the 9 peaks in the inner yard. So every time the 9 peak masters gathered, old man Tiandu would often show an extremely annoying smile. Mu Qinshui was a personal disciple that old man Tiandu had just accepted not long ago. Originally, the other 8 peak masters did not care too much. After all, Mu Qinshui's cultivation was not very high. But now, the death of the Taiyin golden crow made Xiao Yu begin to regret. Sigh, forget it. This little girl doesn't have the talent for mental strength. No matter how high her martial talent is, she's definitely not suitable for my AO Yuan peak. Xiao Yu shook his head and focused his attention on the Taiyin golden crow. Unexpectedly, Mu Qinshui shook her head and said, "I'm suffering from the cold poison. I can't use any power at all. How could I kill the Taiyin golden crow? Even if I was at my peak, I wouldn't be a match for it." The one who killed the Taiyin golden crow was Zhuowen. With that, Mu Qinshui pointed at Zhuowen with her jade-like finger. Her eyes were full of smiles. What? How is that possible? Although he's very strong, it's impossible for him to have the strength to kill the Taiyin golden crow, right? Zhao Yu was the first to cry out. He did not want to admit this fact at all. Mother of asterisk Kerr, don't be noisy. You're so noisy. You're really noisy. Get the hell away from me. Suddenly, while Zhao Yu was shouting loudly, a shapeless force transformed into a palm that fiercely slapped onto Zhao Yu's right cheek, and then the latter was abruptly blasted flying while his right cheek swelled up high. Zhuowen looked at Xiao Yu, who suddenly acted up with some surprise. Just now, Xiao Yu suddenly attacked and slapped Zhao Yu. He did not know what was wrong with this guy. Zhao Yu slowly got up and stared at Xiao Yu, who was concentrating on the Taiyin golden crow. He really wanted to cry, but he did not dare to act up. After all, Xiao Yu was the peak master of AO Yuan Peak. He was at the same level as Elder Tiandu, the peak master of Tiandu Peak. There's a strange saint power in the wounds of the Taiyin golden crow's wings and claws. It should be caused by a divine weapon. It seems that you have a divine weapon on you. Xiao Yu slowly raised his head, and his eyes suddenly fell on Zhuowen. Zhuowen trembled and fell silent, which was rare. However, Xiao Yu rubbed his hands and said, "Little brother, it's not easy to have a divine weapon. May I know which force you're from?" Zhuowen has just entered our inner yard. He did use a divine weapon to kill the Taiyin golden crow. However, the divine weapon was too damaged. After killing the Taiyin golden crow, it completely dissipated. Mu Qinshui came in front of Zhuowen and looked at Xiao Yu vigilantly. Although Xiao Yu was the peak master of AO Yuan Peak and had the strength of a half-saint, he did not have a divine weapon on him. If he knew that Zhuowen had a divine weapon, Mu Qinshui was really afraid that Xiao Yu would be greedy and attack Zhuowen. He's also a disciple of our inner yard. Which peak's disciple is he from? I don't think I've seen this guy before, Xiao Yu said in surprise. Zhuowen said indifferently, "I just came to the inner yard from the outer yard not long ago. I'm just an official disciple now." "So that's how it is. You're just an official disciple now." Xiao Yu nodded, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Then he rubbed his hands and said, "Martial nephew Ting Chun Shui. this Tying Golden Crow was killed by you. How about this? Why don't you give this Tying Golden Crow to me, and I'll directly promote you to a core disciple of A.O. Yuan Peak. Anyway, you're not an arcanist. This Tying Golden Crow can only be exchanged in the inner yard. Why don't you give it to me? When the time comes, I'll give you some of the things refined by the Tying Golden Crow and let you directly become a core disciple of A.O. Yuan Peak. Look at how profitable this is. Looking at Xiao Yu's expression that seemed to be open to discussion, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth twitched. This madman Xiao's face changed too quickly. Just now, he angrily slapped Xiao Yu and sent him flying. Now, he was looking at him with a smile. Moreover, he was shamelessly asking for the Tying Golden Crow. Although Zhuowen had just come to the Divine Spectre realm, from Mu Qinshua's expression, he also knew that this Tying Golden Crow was not simple. It must be very valuable. Martial Uncle Xiao, aren't you taking advantage of Zhuowen too much? Your A.O. Yuan Peak is the weakest among the 9 peaks. Whether it's a core disciple or a direct disciple, you're much weaker than the other 8 peaks. You want the Tying Golden Crow just because you're a core disciple. Isn't it too much? Mu Qinshu frowned slightly. Xiao Yu glared at her and said, "Girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who said that A.O. Yuan Peak is the weakest among the 9 peaks? Don't confuse the truth. Kid, let me tell you. To be honest, our A.O. Yuan Peak should be the strongest among the 9 peaks. You have to know that our A.O. Yuan Peak's strongest technique, the Void Immortal Scripture, is famous in the entire Divine Spectre realm and even the entire 9 Netherworld realm. Once, a peerless genius appeared in my A.O. Yuan Peak. He cultivated the Void Immortal Scripture. With his saint cultivation method, he shook the entire 9 Netherworld realm. Even the overlord of the 9 Netherworld realm, Dragon Spectre Realm Palace Master, was almost defeated by him. It's a pity that this genius senior felt that the 9 Netherworld realm was boring and not challenging at all. He actually ignored my Divine Spectre realm and went to the Middle Continent. What a bastard. Originally, when he was talking about that peerless genius, Xiao Yu's face was full of worship and admiration. However, the last sentence was directly scolding, as if there was a deep hatred between them. And Xiao Yu's crazy behavior made Zhuowen's forehead break out in cold sweat. This senior in front of him was indeed a little crazy. His expression changed too quickly. As for Mu Qinshu, Xiao Yu and the others, they were extremely calm. Obviously, they were already used to Madman Xiao's way of speaking. They were not surprised or surprised. Mother **, Yuan Ji, that bastard, actually left just like that, causing our A.O. Yuan Peak to decline to such a state. Mother **, that bastard, if he left, so be it. Why didn't he leave the experience of practicing the Void Immortal Scripture? Damn it, now no one in our A.O. Yuan Peak has learned the Void Immortal Scripture. The beacon of A.O. Yuan Peak has not been lit. This bastard. Therefore, Xiao Yu became more and more energetic as he spoke. He almost scolded Yuan Ji, the peerless genius of their A.O. Yuan Peak back then, and almost cursed Yuan Ji's entire family. This scene made Zhuowen's eyes pop out. As for the Yuan Ji that Xiao Yu mentioned, Zhuowen guessed that it should be the peerless genius of A.O. Yuan Peak who had successfully cultivated the Void Immortal Scripture. Although Xiao Yu was cursing and his words were quite unpleasant to hear, he could feel that Xiao Yu's tone did not have much malice. Instead, it was filled with complaints. It could be seen that Xiao Yu had a deep grudge against Yuan Ji, who had left. Chun Shui, is the Void Immortal Scripture so difficult to cultivate? Even the peak master of A.O. Yuan Peak, Xiao Yu, has not succeeded in cultivating it? Zhuowen asked Mu Qinshu in a low voice. Chapter 13:27. Back to the courtyard, what? Even a half-step saint has not succeeded in cultivating it? Zhuowen was taken aback as surprise appeared in his eyes. An existence like Xiao Yu had definitely comprehended the saint rune laws. In other words, his talent was definitely top-notch. However, even such an existence was unable to successfully cultivate the Void Immortal Scripture. Just how difficult would it be to cultivate it? Most of the disciples recruited by A.O. Yuan Peak are arcanists. Moreover, they are geniuses who cultivate both mental power and yuan power. However, there are very few core disciples who can master immortal power. Even if they do master immortal power, it is only the lowest low-grade immortal power. Their combat strength is generally not high. Although the direct disciples of AO Yuan Peak are talented and powerful, they are naturally weaker than the direct disciples of the other 8 peaks because they can't cultivate the strongest technique of AO Yuan Peak, the void immortal scripture. Muchen Xue explained to Zhuowen in a low voice. This made Zhuowen suddenly understand. No wonder Xiao Yu said that AO Yuan Peak was the strongest peak. It was mainly because of the void immortal scripture. However, no matter how powerful the technique was, it was useless if it could not be cultivated. However, what Zhuowen was interested was that this profound origin peak actually cultivated immortal energy, and Zhuowen herself was also a dual cultivator of spiritual energy and elemental energy. It seemed that entering the profound origin peak was more suitable for him than entering the sky capital peak. After Xiao Yu cursed for a while, his eyes fell on Zhuowen. He grinned and said, "Zhuowen, do you think my proposal is good? You can enter my AO Yuan Peak and become a core disciple. If you perform well in the future, I can promote you to a direct disciple. At that time, you can cultivate a powerful technique like the void immortal scripture." Zhuowen rolled his eyes when he heard Xiao Yu's heartless words. How dare Xiao Yu mention the void immortal scripture? Zhuowen knew that even Xiao Yu himself had not successfully cultivated the void immortal scripture. How dare Xiao Yu use such an empty promise to fool Zhuowen? When Mu Chenxue wanted to speak, she was stopped by Zhuowen. The smile on Xiao Yu's face grew brighter. He knew that since Zhuowen stopped Mu Chenxue, it meant that he was going to agree. "Senior, I can give you half of the Lunar Golden Crow, but you should directly promote me to a direct disciple of AO Yuan Peak, right? After all, a direct disciple AO Yuan Xiao Yu Xiao Yu Feng is Xiao Yu Feng." A direct disciple, Zhuowen said. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yu's face stiffened, and then his eyes widened as he said, "Kid, aren't you tricking me? How is being a direct disciple so? And you only gave me half of the great Golden Crow's flesh. That's not fair. What if half of you Feng Yu? You Feng Yu? You Feng Yu." Xiao Yu was stunned, and then he said with slight excitement, "You actually have the corpse of the nine-tailed centipede? Are you kidding me?" The Lunar Golden Crow and the nine-tailed centipede came out from the depths of the great wild forest together. "Since I killed the Lunar Golden Crow, I naturally killed the nine-tailed centipede as well," Zhuowen said calmly. His appearance caused the corners of Zhao Yu and the other three's mouths to twitch. The nine-tailed centipede was a level 8 wild beast. Although its strength was not as strong as the Lunar Golden Crow, it was still extremely powerful. It was not something an ordinary warrior could deal with. However, in Zhuowen's mouth, it was actually killed in passing. This caused Zhao Yu and the other three to feel extremely pained. After all, from Zhuowen's tone, it was as if he was saying that what he had beheaded was nothing more than a cat or a dog. Good job. These two kinds of level 8 wild beasts usually hide in the depths of the great wild forest and never come out. Today, they were killed by you as soon as they came out. How about this? I will only take half of the Grandine Golden Crow, but I will take all of the nine-tailed centipede. What do you think? Then I will directly promote you to a pro-disciple, Xiao Yu said with bright eyes. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Take half of each. Otherwise, there's no need to talk." Zhuowen's attitude immediately caused Xiao Yu's eyes to widen in fury. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was an elder of the Inner Academy. He couldn't possibly forcefully seize from a member of the younger generation, right? This would be breaking the rules of the sect. At that time, when news of this spread to the Inner Academy, he would lose all face. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu finally agreed to Zhuowen's proposal. The Lunar Golden Crow and the nine-tailed centipede were extremely precious and difficult to find. Now that he suddenly encountered them, he naturally would not let them go. After all, the flesh of these two wild beasts was a good material for refining yuan array. Okay. Then I will accept you as a pro-disciple. Thinking of the declining Ao Yuan Feng, Xiaoyu did not care much about the rules of becoming a pro-disciple. He did not even ask Zhuowen if he cultivated mind power and directly agreed. In his opinion, there was no difference whether Zhuowen had mind power talent or not. The void immortal scripture was too difficult. It was unlikely for Ao Yuan Feng to cultivate it successfully. Naturally, he did not have any expectations for Zhuowen. He accepted Zhuowen as a pro-disciple mainly because of the flesh of the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede. After obtaining these two materials, he did not care about Zhuowen. After reaching a deal, Xiaoyu began to cut the corpse of the lunar golden crow very seriously. Xiaoyu's strength was indeed very strong. Zhuowen also found that the former's mind power was extremely vast. If he guessed correctly, Xiaoyu should also be an Arcana Heavenly Master. Moreover, he should be at the Great Heavenly Arcana Heavenly Master and was extremely close to becoming an Arcana Saint Master. Xiaoyu only needed an opportunity to be promoted to an Arcana Saint Master. However, this opportunity usually required an opportunity. If there was no opportunity, perhaps he would be stuck at this step for the rest of his life. Xiaoyu did not ask about mind power, and Zhuowen naturally would not mention it. Moreover, judging from Xiaoyu's perfunctory attitude, Zhuowen naturally knew that this guy's main purpose was the flesh of the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede. The two of them were just trading. In this regard, Zhuowen did not feel anything wrong. His purpose of entering Ao Yuan Feng was to obtain the void immortal scripture, which was known as the most difficult and strongest technique of the Nine Peaks. Moreover, he had obtained the inheritance of Bai Feng, and he himself also cultivated immortal power. There was no doubt that Ao Yuan Feng was the most suitable place to cultivate. Xiaoyu's movements were very fast. After a while, he cut open the corpse of the lunar golden crow. This lunar golden crow was worthy of being a level 8 wild beast. Although it had fallen, the energy contained in its flesh was extremely vigorous. Moreover, the blood of the lunar golden crow also emitted a trace of coldness, which was quite strange. Xiaoyu put away half of the lunar golden crow's corpse and said to Zhuowen, "You put away the lunar golden crow first. Let's go find the nine-tailed centipede." Zhuowen nodded. With a wave of his hand, he put half of the lunar golden crow's corpse into the spirit ring. Under Xiaoyu's urging, he rushed in another direction. The reason why Zhuowen suddenly wanted the flesh of the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede was mainly because Xiaohe had asked him to do so. This was because these two wild beasts were the main ingredients of the two low-grade immortal elixirs in the Fushi Cauldron. These two low-grade immortal elixirs were called the Lunar Pure Yang Elixir and a Nine-Marked Green Spirit Elixir. These two immortal elixirs were powerful immortal elixirs that could assist Emperor Realm warriors in their cultivation. It was said that if a warrior below the Emperor Realm took these immortal elixirs, he could directly break through the shackles and reach the Emperor Realm. The success rate was 100% without any failure. The effect of these two immortal elixirs was undoubtedly much better than the Heart of Imperial Power in the Monarch Tomb. After all, the Heart of Imperial Power only increased the success rate of reaching the Emperor Realm. It did not guarantee success. However, these two immortal elixirs could achieve that. Moreover, these immortal elixirs were very effective for low-grade Emperor Realm warriors, followed by mid-grade Emperor Realm warriors. As for high-grade Emperor Realm warriors, the effect was the worst. It was almost negligible. Now that Zhuowen was only a second-level Emperor Realm warrior, these immortal elixirs were undoubtedly the best for him. Moreover, Zhuowen planned to refine more immortal elixirs and give them to Mu Qinxue, Jianan, Gatha, Moyan Wushang, and the others. The location of the nine-tailed centipede was not far away. After a while, everyone arrived at the place where the corpse of the nine-tailed centipede was. As soon as Xiaoyu arrived, he began to deal with the corpse of the nine-tailed centipede. He cut it in half and then naturally put half of it into his spiritual ring. After dealing with the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede, Xiaoyu took the lead and led Zhuowen, Mu Qinxue, and the others out of the Great Wild Forest. They returned to the inner courtyard. After returning to the inner courtyard, Xiaoyu handed a black token to Zhuowen. He said that this was the token of a direct disciple of the mysterious origin peak. With this token, one could freely enter and leave the mysterious origin peak. After that, he hurriedly entered the mysterious origin peak. Zhuo Wen's face was filled with black lines when he saw Xiao Yu's impatient appearance. This Xiao Yu was really irresponsible. After merely giving him a command token, he directly left without a care. This caused Zhuo Wen to be rather speechless. Junior sister Chen Shui, let's go back to the sky capital peak together. Xiao Yu, who was following behind, suddenly said to Mu Chenxue. However, Mu Chenxue shook her head and said, Senior brother Xiao Yu, the four of you go back first. I still have some things to do. Xiao Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, he fell into silence. Immediately, he took a deep look at Zhuowen and nodded. Then, he led the four of them back to the sky capital peak. After watching Xiao Yu and the others leave, Mu Chenxue suddenly asked Zhuowen, Zhuowen, did Wu Shang also enter the inner courtyard? Zhuowen nodded and said, yes. Wu Shang is indeed here. She is now at the bottom of the 9 peaks. I will take you there. After speaking, Zhuowen pulled Mu Chenxue's jade-like hand and rushed towards the bottom of the 9 peaks. Following the winding path, they quickly arrived in front of the white jade pavilion that they had snatched last time. Isn't that the new direct disciple of the sky capital peak, Mu Chenxue? I heard that she became a direct disciple from an official disciple in less than a year. Back then, she was an extremely famous genius at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Yes, not only is Mu Chenxue beautiful, but her talent and strength are even more terrifying. It is evident that she was accepted as a direct disciple by the old man of the sky capital. However, who is the man beside her? Why does he look so familiar? Chapter 1328. Zhou Liang at the heart of the 9 peaks. The 5 figures who were originally seated on the tall platform in the middle opened their eyes one after another. When they saw Zhuowen, who was holding hands with Mu Chenxue, their eyes immediately revealed a surprised expression. Mu Chenxue was considered an influential figure at the heart of the 9 peaks. She had defeated the 5 of them the moment she entered and became a core disciple of Sky Capital Peak. Recently, she had even been accepted as a direct disciple by old man Tiandu. It could be said that Mu Chenxue had been in the limelight recently. There were only a handful of people in the inner academy who did not recognize Mu Chenxue. Who is this person? On the platform, a young man with a dark and cold expression slowly stood up. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuowen and asked in a deep voice, I remember this person. He seems to be the leader of the group who snatched the territory of Dao Hen's group. Zhou Yang, do you want to give it a try? Although I know that you like Mu Chenxue, she is now a direct disciple of Sky Capital Peak. She is not someone you are worthy of. On the other side of the platform, a lady with short hair and a dry face laughed delicately. She stared at the young man with a mocking expression. And this has nothing to do with you. I will definitely become a core disciple. It is only a matter of time. Even if I am not worthy of Mu Chenxue, is that fellow who just entered the inner academy worthy of her? That fellow's aura is only at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. He actually dares to hold Mu Chenxue's hand. He is simply ignorant and fearless. Zhou Liang snorted coldly. He took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen and Mu Chenxue. And Yu's beautiful eyes flickered. She looked past Zhou Liang's back and landed on Zhuowen, who was holding Mu Chenxue's right hand. And Yu's thoughts were much more meticulous than Zhou Liang's, and she naturally noticed the bashful expression on Mu Chenxue's face. It was obvious that Mu Chenxue did not resist Zhuowen's tugging. This scene caused Yu's eyebrows to furrow slightly. She naturally knew Mu Chenxue's style of doing things very well. She was an extremely cold and arrogant woman. Her entire body exuded a cold aura. It was very difficult for ordinary people to get close to her. Even though there was no lack of suitors in the inner court because of Mu Chenxue's beauty and bearing, most of these suitors didn't dare approach her. Because if they dared to approach Mu Chenxue, then most of them would have their tendons and bones torn apart, and their fates were rather miserable. Who is this guy? Why does Mu Chenxue seem to treat him so differently? and Ayu's eyes quickly landed on Zhuowen. However, when she looked at him, she realized that his cultivation level and aura weren't strong. He was only a second-level martial emperor. This level of cultivation was not even comparable to Zhou Liang. Could it be that Mu Qinxue liked this kind of guy? Swoosh! When Zhuowen pulled Mu Qinxue and was about to reach the white jade pavilion, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly swept past them. Immediately after, an extremely loud and piercing sound rang in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. His right foot moved, his waist twisted, and his right palm formed a fist. He suddenly punched out, bringing with him a terrifying gale that whistled behind him. At this moment, Zhou Liang was just a few meters behind Zhuowen. He didn't expect Zhuowen's reaction to be so fast. He didn't even look behind him and directly attacked. However, he wasn't afraid. With a cold snort, he also punched out. Soon after, the two fists collided, and a dull sound of thunder erupted. Crack! A clear bone cracking sound resounded. Immediately, the pupils of Zhou Liang, who was originally attacking from behind, shrunk to the extreme. He only felt an extremely intense pain being transmitted from his right hand. The bone-cracking sound from earlier had been transmitted from his right arm. Why does this guy have such a terrifying strength? Zhou Yang's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He took a step in the air and hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold. Although he didn't know this Zhou Liang, he had seen him before. He was one of the 5 strongest people at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Previously, he had been training on the central platform at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Zhuowen didn't have any interaction with this guy before. Now that Zhou Liang attacked him for no reason, even if Zhuowen's temper was good, he still felt a little angry in his heart. When Zhou Liang was about to retreat, Zhuowen's right hand clasped Zhou Liang's other hand, after which Zhou Liang suddenly stopped retreating and was violently thrown to the ground by Zhuowen. Rumble! A dull thud rang out and dust filled the air. Zhou Liang crashed to the ground with his head facing upwards. Traces of cracks appeared on the ground where his back touched, densely packed like a spider web. Zhou Liang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Judging from this guy's aura, he was only at the 2nd level of the martial emperor realm. How could his strength be so terrifying? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from this guy. Now, he was thrown to the ground like a little chick. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Liang coughed. Just as he was about to get up, a foot suddenly stepped on his chest. He saw Zhuowen looking down at him coldly and said indifferently, "Did I offend you before? Why did you attack me behind my back?" At this moment, the surroundings became quiet. The exchange between Zhuowen and Zhou Liang was too fast. Just a moment ago, Zhou Liang was still behind Zhuowen. In the next moment, Zhou Liang was ruthlessly stepped on by Zhuowen. The process was a little too fast. Zhou Liang has been taken care of so easily. And Ayu, who had been paying attention to the scene, trembled. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the scene in disbelief. Zhou Liang was one of the top 5 official disciples. Yet, he had been taken care of so easily. This showed how terrifying the young man who was with Mu Qinxue was. Zhou Liang, Mu Qinxue, who was standing beside Zhuowen, frowned slightly. She stared at the young man under Zhuowen's feet and said in a cold voice, "Qinxue, you know him?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. Mu Qinxue nodded and said, "When I first entered the inner courtyard's 9 peaks, he had pestered me before. However, I ignored him." Hearing those words, Zhuowen came to know that Zhou Liang was once one of Mu Qinxue's pursuers. When he saw that Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue were walking together, he directly attacked Zhuowen. "Who are you?" Zhou Liang was tough. He endured the pain and stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not bother to pay attention to him. He pulled Mu Qinxue and entered the white jade loft. "He's so strong. When this man defeated Dao Han, I thought he was at most a 2nd heaven emperor. Now, even Zhou Liang has been defeated by him. This man is unfathomable. I'm afraid he's more than qualified to become a core disciple of the 9 peaks." Many warriors in the surroundings were discussing animatedly. They looked at Zhuowen's figure with fear as he entered the white jade loft. Zhou Liang struggled to get up. His face turned green and red. In the end, he left the place dejectedly. The White Jade loft was quite large. There were more than 10 rooms inside. There was an open-air courtyard in the middle of the loft. There were white jade tables and stone benches in the courtyard. There were all kinds of green plants around. The environment was very elegant. At this moment, there was a group of people sitting in the courtyard. They were Moyan Wushang, Qing Yin, Jianan, Gatha, and Mo Lingtian. Zhuowen and Mu Chunshue's arrival naturally attracted the 5 people's attention. "Brother Zhua, you're finally back." Jianan smiled heartlessly. He took a step forward and came in front of Zhuowen. Looking at Jianan, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange look. He realized that Jianan's aura had become much stronger. There were also traces of Emperor's might. He had broken through to the Emperor realm. "Jianan, you've broken through?" Zhuowen asked. Jianan grinned when he heard Zhuowen's question. His eyes were filled with pride. He said, "Hee, Brother Zhua, you're really sharp. You saw it with a single glance. You purposely released your aura." Who couldn't tell? Jiasha slowly walked over and curled her lips. Hearing that, Jianan scratched his head and gave a simple and honest smile. "Brother Ling Tian has also broken through to the Emperor realm. He broke through when you left the inner court for the great desolate forest," Jianan said with a smile. Zhuo nodded. Jianan and Mo Lingtian were both peak heavenly venerables. In addition, they had absorbed the energy of the heart of Emperor. It was only a matter of time before they broke through. Zhuowen was not too surprised by their breakthroughs. Gatha looked at Mu Chinshue, who was beside Zhuowen. She asked in surprise, "Brother Zhua, This was because she discovered that Zhuowen was holding the girl's hand. Their actions were rather intimate. Moreover, when Gatha's attention fell on Mu Chinshue's face, a trace of absent-mindedness appeared in her eyes. The girl in front of her was extremely beautiful. She was like a fairy. Whether it was her temperament or appearance, it was the first time Gatha had seen someone like her. Although she was also a girl, she was stunned and felt a little ashamed. Sister Chun Shui. Suddenly, Moyan Wushang appeared in front of Jianan and Gatha. His beautiful eyes stared at Mu Chinshue, who was beside Zhuowen. His face was filled with excitement. Jianan and Gatha quietly took a step back. They looked at each other and suddenly understood. Zhuowen had gone to the great desolate forest for the girl called Mu Chinshue. As Jianan and Gatha had entered the outer court with Zhuowen, they had not seen Mu Chinshue before. They had only heard from Moyan Wushang that Mu Chinshue was Zhuowen's lover. The main reason why Zhuowen wanted to enter the inner court was because of Mu Chinshue. So it's sister-in-law. You're really beautiful. Brother Zhua has good taste." Jianan's thoughts were pure. She spoke directly. At this moment, she did not hide her words. Hearing this, Mu Chinshue, who was nestled beside Zhuowen, blushed like a ripe red apple. Although she knew about her relationship with Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang and some of Zhuowen's friends definitely knew. However, now that Jianan had called her sister-in-law, she could not help but feel a little shy. "Chinshue, you're really amazing. You've entered the inner court for less than a year, and you've become a direct disciple of Sky Capital Peak." Qingyin also came to Moyan Wushang's side and smiled at Mu Chinshue. "Qingyin, long time no see. I was just lucky to become a direct disciple." Mu Chinshue said with a gentle smile. "Let's sit down and talk. Chinshue, you haven't seen Wushang and Qingyin for a long time. Let's catch up." Zhuowen was all smiles. Soon after, he pulled Mu Chinshue to sit on the stone bench, while the others also took their seats. For a time, everyone began to chat in high spirits. There were no personal grudges or benefits mixed in. It was just a conversation between friends. Chapter 1329. Detoxification. Big Brother Zhua, have you become a direct disciple of the mysterious Origin Peak? Jianan suddenly asked in surprise. During their conversation earlier, Zhuowen had briefly mentioned this matter, and Jianan had immediately asked about it. Zhuowen nodded and briefly explained the process. Jianan and the others knew that Zhuowen had obtained the inheritance in the Emperor's tomb, but what they didn't know was that Zhuowen had obtained a sacred weapon in there. It's a pity that the Emperor's sword can only be used twice, Mo Lingtian said with some regret. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, "There's nothing to be regretful about. The path of martial arts requires one to rely on oneself. If one keeps relying on external things, it won't be good for one's development." Zhuowen's words were correct. On the arduous path of martial arts, one could only rely on oneself. If one relied too much on external items, it would be too restrictive on one's body. Zhuowen's words were correct. On the arduous path of martial arts, one could only rely on oneself. Oh, that's right. How was the cold poison in elder sister Chen Shue's body? Mo and Wushang suddenly looked at Mu Qinshue and asked. Mu Qinshue was stunned. When she was about to speak, Zhuowen cut in. The cold poison in Chen Shue's body has been suppressed for now, but to expel it, I'm afraid it will take some time. Wushang, arrange a room for me and Qin Shui. I need to expel the cold poison from her body. Hearing this, Mo and Wushang nodded slightly. Soon after, he purposely chose a rather large room. Zhuowen brought Mu Qinshue into the room. In the slightly dark room, Zhuowen and Mu Qinshue sat opposite each other on the bed. Zhuowen's right hand was holding the latter's jade-like hand. His consciousness entered her body, and he found that although the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body was temporarily suppressed, the cold energy that spread through her meridians was like maggots attached to the inside of her meridians. He was very clear that if the cold energy in her meridians was not expelled, it would be very dangerous for Mu Qinshue's future cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's right hand touched his forehead and directly summoned Xiao He. Zhuowen, this is? Seeing Xiao He appear in front of her, Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She couldn't help but ask, "This is my dragon soul. Last time when my armor soul materialized, you should have seen its body." Zhuowen said with a smile, "Hee. This dragon lord is the great abyss holy dragon. Back in the day, I was a famous figure in the Central Plains. Little girl, if it weren't for the fact that you're Zhuowen's lover, I wouldn't have bothered to appear." Xiao He crossed its paws and said in a slightly arrogant manner. Zhuowen held his forehead with his right hand. He realized that every time he let Xiao He out, it was embarrassing him, so he didn't hold back and slapped it. "Damn it, Xiao Wenzi, you actually dare to hit me? Have you forgotten that every night when no one was with you, it was me who was with you? Is this how you treat me? See if I don't bite you to death." Following that, Xiao He's cursing voice could be heard. There was also a slight sound of biting. Mu Qinshue looked at the man and dog fighting, and black lines appeared on her forehead. However, she was quite surprised and curious that Zhuowen's dragon soul could speak. Clearly, this black dragon's origins were extraordinary. The Great Abyss Holy Dragon? Where have I heard of it before? Mu Qinshue muttered in a low voice. "Oh, little dragon, that's not right. How can you bite your master? Even a dog should act like a dog. You can't act so recklessly. Otherwise, Zhuowen will stew you someday." A mocking voice sounded. Immediately, a jade cauldron flew out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. On top of the jade cauldron was a strange beast that looked like a fox. It stood on its hind legs like a human and crossed its front paws in front of its chest. It was gloating as it watched the man and dog fight. "Brat, let's stop fighting. I want to beat up this guy, Chang Huang, first." After saying that, Xiao He left Zhuowen and pounced towards Cheng Huang, who was standing on the turtle's back. Soon after, the sound of a fox and a dog's barking mixed together and became extremely intense. At this moment, Mo, Yin, Wushang, and the others in the courtyard looked at each other. Naturally, they also heard the huge commotion in the room. This does Big Brother Zhua need to make such a big commotion to expel the cold poison? Jianan scratched his head and chuckled. Of course, Jianan's current smile wasn't simple and honest at all. Instead, it was a little treacherous. Mo Lingtian rubbed his chin and said seriously, "Expelling the poison is secondary. The two of them are doing what they should be doing. We can't disturb them." Big Brother Lingtian is right. We definitely can't disturb them. We'll just keep watch outside and prevent others from disturbing Big Brother Zhua and sister-in-law. Hee. Jianan revealed a you-know-what-I-mean expression and chuckled. Jia Sha, who was standing at the side, looked at Mo Lingtian and Jianan, these two fellows. One was asking and the other was answering. They were saying things that she could not understand at all. She could not help but pout. What are the two of you talking about? I clearly heard a dog barking and a fox barking inside. It seems like there's a dog and a fox in there. Jianan and Mo Lingtian looked at each other. They really did hear the dog and fox barking. Jianan swallowed his saliva and said, "Don't tell me big brother Joa and sister-in-law have some other weird fetish? They like to imitate the sounds of dogs and foxes." That's possible. Moreover, it's a very good imitation. I give you 100 points. This kind of trick is very good. I'm impressed. Mo Lingtian rubbed his chin again and smiled slyly. Inside the room, Zhuowen and Mu Chinxue didn't know that Jianan and Mo Lingtian were making wild guesses outside. The two of them were speechless as they looked at Xiao He and the little fox who were entangled together. Zhuowen tidied up his slightly messy clothes. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he controlled the Fushi cauldron and separated Xiao He and Cheng Huang. That's enough, you two. I didn't ask you to come out to fight. Come and take a look at the cold poison in my wife's body, Zhuowen said very seriously. Hearing the word wife, Mu Chinxue rolled her eyes at Zhuowen. However, this kind of expression made the former look even cuter. However, Mu Chinxue couldn't see through Zhuowen anymore. Whether it was the Xiao Hei's dog-like dragon soul, the fox-like Cheng Huang, or the Fushi cauldron that contained Cheng Huang, they all gave her a feeling that she couldn't see through them. Clearly, all three of them were extraordinary items. However, she did not ask too much about it. They were Zhuowen's secrets in the first place. Since Zhuowen was willing to reveal them to her so openly, it was very obvious that Zhuowen already treated her as part of his family. This made Mu Chinxue feel rather sweet inside. Let's get down to business first. I'll deal with you later. Xiao He glanced at Cheng Huang in an extremely unfriendly manner. Soon after, he arrived in front of Zhuowen and Mu Chinxue and said, "Earlier, I checked the condition of this little girl's body through your mind. Most of the meridians in her body are covered in cold poison. It will likely be very troublesome to expel it. How long will it take?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. "If we follow the normal procedure, it'll take around half a year at the very least. At the same time, you'll have to expel the cold poison from her body every once in a while. It's an extremely tedious process," Xiao He said cautiously. Mu Chinxue asked rather worriedly, "Won't it harm Zhuowen?" Xiao He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. This brat Zhuowen's life is extremely tough. Your cold poison will not cause too much harm to him. However, expelling the cold qi is an extremely tiring process. This brat should be exhausted to the point of being half dead each time he expels the cold poison." Mu Chinxue relaxed when she heard Xiao Hei's words. "Xiao He, give me the method of expelling the poison." "I'll try it first," Zhuowen said to Xiao He. However, Xiao He rubbed her hands and said, "You're not as skilled as me. I'll help your little lover expel the poison. You could just watch from aside." Zhuowen was silent for a moment before softly saying, "Scram." In the end, Xiao He taught Zhuowen the method of expelling the poison. At the same time, Zhuowen chased Xiao He and Cheng Huang out without any courtesy, leaving only Zhuowen and Mu Chinxue in the room. Silently digesting Xiao Hei's method of expelling the poison, Zhuowen opened his eyes with an awkward look on his face. "What's wrong?" Mu Chinxue could naturally see Zhuowen's strange expression and could not help asking. "Chen Shui, because the cold poison has spread throughout your meridians, if I want to expel it all, I have to inject the 9 flames of karma into your meridians, so..." Zhuowen awkwardly scratched his head and said with a smile. Mu Chinxue's beautiful eyes turned white and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. How could she not understand Zhuowen's meaning? There were some meridians in the body that were unavoidably located in sensitive areas. Could it be that you don't dare? Suddenly, Mu Chinxue playfully said. Zhuowen rubbed his nose. He had never been intimate with a woman before, so he was still a little conservative in this aspect. Seeing Mu Chinxue ask this, he became even more embarrassed. "My life is at stake. Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhuowen said in a deep voice. "Then help me expel the poison. I'll listen to everything you say," Mu Chinxue said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and his eyes became serious. The dark cold poison was the cold energy from the black tortoise's body, and it was a powerful heaven-ranked cold energy. It was very domineering, so in the process of expelling the poison, he could not be the slightest bit careless. Take off your outer clothes first. It'll be easier to see your meridians this way, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Mu Chenxue gave an ah sound. She secretly looked at Zhuowen and then obediently took off her outer clothes, revealing a pair of pure white jade shoulders. Mu Chenxue was wearing a thin bedding underneath her outer clothes, revealing her pure white back. Her lotus-like arms were pure white and flawless. It was like the world's most perfect work of art, very pleasing to the eye. Chapter 1330. Placing his avatar Zhuowen's attention was completely focused on the 9 flames of karma that was pouring into his meridians. He needed to control the might of the 9 flames of karma. After all, it was a heavenly flame. If anything were to happen to him, Mu Chenxue would suffer. Zhuowen spent an entire hour on the meridians around the meridians on his shoulder before he was able to neutralize and devour the dark cold poison that had adhered to the inner wall. Is this the dark cold poison? As he slowly withdrew his hand, Zhuowen discovered that the wisps of 9 flames of karma were wrapped around a black gas. The surface of this gas was emitting a terrifying chill. Even though it was wrapped by the 9 flames of karma, Zhuowen still discovered that his right hand was slightly stiff under this chill. What a powerful chill! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he felt this chill. Soon after, he carefully stored the dark cold poison into the ice saint symbol. Next, Zhuowen did the same thing to the other meridians on Mu Chenxue's body. Wisps of flames from the 9 flames of karma were controlled by Zhuowen and poured into Mu Chenxue's body. 20 hours passed. The sky outside turned from white to black, and then from black to white. A ray of sunlight shone through the window. It was a golden yellow and looked extremely dazzling. Zhuowen slowly withdrew his right hand. His forehead was already dripping with sweat. 20 hours of high concentration was a huge drain on Zhuowen's energy. Now, he even felt a faint pain in his head and a trace of dizziness in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhuowen felt an ice-cold touch on his forehead. Soon after, he saw Mu Chenxue take out a blue handkerchief from her clothes and gently wipe Zhuowen's forehead. Her movements were very gentle, and her expression was very focused. Do you feel better? Zhuowen asked as he stared calmly at the beautiful woman before him. After wiping away the sweat on Zhuowen's face, Mu Chenxue nodded and said with a smile, I feel much better now. Originally, because of the cold poison in my meridians, it was rather difficult to circulate the power of the stars in my body. But now, I can circulate it freely. Yes, the cold poison in your body has already taken root. So, if you want to completely expel it, you need me to help you expel the poison every once in a while. As he spoke, Zhuowen gently picked up his coat and draped it over Mu Chenxue's shoulders. Then, his hands landed on her shoulders. Their eyes met, and for a moment, both of them were silent. Zhuowen quietly stared at the pair of bright eyes in front of him. Soon after, he lowered his head and gently covered her red lips. Their fiery breaths intertwined, and there was a trace of numbness. This kind of feeling was very good and very comfortable. Mu Chenxue gently closed her eyes and gently hugged Zhuowen. Her delicate chin was raised, accepting Zhuowen's fiery actions. After a while, Zhuowen slowly raised his head and softly muttered in her ears, Chenxue, I love you. From now on, you are mine. I once said that I would marry you. Moreover, I would pull down the clouds from the 9 heavens and pluck the stars from the sky as my betrothal gift. I believe that I will do it. Mu Chenxue gently nodded. She gently rested her chin on Zhuowen's thick shoulders and said, It's enough as long as you have me in your heart. My request is not high. As long as we are always together, I will be satisfied. Hugging the woman in his embrace, Zhuowen's right hand tightened. He seriously said, Don't worry, we will always be together. No one will separate us, no one. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, rather unreasonable knocks on the door rang out. Soon after, Xiaohe and Cheng Huang suddenly rushed in. Under Zhuowen and Mu Chenxue's shocked gazes, they began to fight again. Old fox, who do you think you are? You're just a mere artifact spirit of the Fushi cauldron, yet you dare to ride on me? This master will beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you, Xiao He boasted shamelessly. Cheng Huang did not back down either. It waved its paws and bared its fangs. A black dog dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? You weren't even born when I was born from the Fushi cauldron, yet you want to ride on my head. You don't know how the word death is written. Also, I'm an artifact spirit. I don't have parents, so it's useless even if you beat me up. Watching the two buffoons fight in the room, Zhuan's head was filled with black lines. In the end, Xiao He and Cheng Huang were both suppressed by Zhuan using the Fushi cauldron, allowing them to properly reflect on their actions. Xiao He and Cheng Huang's farce naturally attracted the attention of Moyan Wushang's group of 5. The 5 of them entered the room and looked at Zhuan and Mu Chenxue. Moyan Wushang said, "Has the cold poison in elder sister Chen Shue's body been successfully expelled?" Jianan and Mo Lingtian stood to the side, smiling without saying anything. Their faces revealed smiles that everyone understood. Zhuan was confused by this. A portion of it has been expelled. If you want to expel all of it, I'm afraid it will take some time, Zhuan said in a deep voice. So it's like that, Moyan Wushang said with some disappointment. Zhuan, Wushang, and Qingyin, after I return, I have to return to Sky Capital Peak to hand in the killing mission, so I have to go back first, Mu Chenxue suddenly said. Zhuan's eyes flickered. You're leaving so soon? Puffed. Mu Chenxue giggled. Sky Capital Peak is in the inner court anyway. It's not easy for us to meet. Also, the core disciple selection will begin in half a year. Wushang, Qingyin, work hard and strive to enter the 9 peaks to become core disciples. In the inner court, only core disciples can come into contact with the true cultivation techniques and resources of the inner court. So, becoming core disciples is necessary. Mu Chenxue reminded them seriously. Moyan Wushang and the others nodded seriously. They naturally understood this point. Zhuan, you've just entered the inner court, so you're not familiar with the inner court. This jade slip contains all the information about the inner court. It should be helpful to you. Also, this is my communication jade slip. If something happens, I'll inform you. After saying that, Mu Chenxue took out a jade slip and handed them to Zhuan. The latter naturally put them away. Mu Chenxue was right. He had just arrived and knew little about the inner court. He really needed to know more about it. Mu Chenxue chatted with Zhuan, Moyan Wushang, Qingyin, and the others for a while before leaving the White Jade Pavilion. This time, Mu Chenxue's mission was to take the head of the Yiksha jellyfish. Of course, Zhuan didn't only give Mu Chenxue the head of the Yiksha jellyfish, but also the head of the Black Widow and 9 firmaments. Being able to obtain the heads of 3 criminals on the crime list at once, Mu Chenxue's reward must be quite extraordinary. After all, she had completed an additional killing mission. Brother Zhua, sister-in-law, is really beautiful. I find myself admiring you more and more. As soon as Mu Chenxue left, Kanan couldn't help but give Zhuan a thumbs up. Strangely, Mo Lingtian, who was following behind Kanan, also gave him a thumbs up. Zhuan was somewhat baffled. Oh, by the way, Zhuan, what's that dog and fox quarreling outside the door? They can talk, and their words are so vulgar. It's as if they have become spirits. Moyan Wushang suddenly asked. Zhuan's face darkened. Xiao He and Cheng Huang didn't know how to restrain themselves. They dared to mess around outside the room. Now, Moyan Wushang and the others knew about their existence. They're my pets. They have high spiritual intelligence, but their strength is a little weak. Zhuan laughed. He didn't elaborate on Xiao He and Cheng Huang's situation. Seeing Zhuan's expression, Moyan Wushang knew that he didn't want to talk about it. So, she wisely didn't ask again. Now, I have to make a trip to mysterious Yuan Peak. Since Xiao Yu gave me the identity token of his direct disciple, he has ignored me. I have to go and take a look. Zhuan nodded. After exchanging some pleasantries with everyone, Zhuan bid farewell and left the White Jade Pavilion. On the way to mysterious Yuan Peak, Zhuan said to Cheng Huang in his sea of consciousness, "Little Huang, How many extreme pure yang pills and 9 pattern green spirit pills can I refine with the energy of the extreme golden crow and 9-tailed centipede in my body? Cheng Huang, who was in the jade cauldron, was silent for a while. Then he roared in exasperation, "Don't give me a nickname. You can't give me the nickname Little Huang. Do you think I'm a black dog? That name is too tacky. Only Black Dog is more suitable." "Oh, bastard Black Dog, you actually bit me again. I'll fight you to the death." Cheng Huang's expression was exceptionally emotional. However, a miserable shriek was soon heard. Zhuowen rubbed his temples. He had had enough of these two enemies. After the two guys stopped for a while, Zhuowen got Cheng Huang's agreement. If the two elixirs didn't fail, they could refine about 15 pills each. The output was very low. Zhuowen was also a little helpless. He didn't expect that the extreme golden crow and 9-tailed centipede could only refine 15 pills. The number was too little. At the same time, Cheng Huang also took out the 2 elixir recipes from the Fushi cauldron. There were various kinds of medicinal herbs written in it, and each of them was not ordinary or cheap. Zhuowen felt a headache coming. It seems that I have to learn about mysterious Yuan Peak first. After all, this is the inner yard. There must be a place to exchange things. Moreover, its foundation and resources must be much more abundant than the outer yard. There should be these medicinal herbs. However, before that, I have to arrange for my 2 doppelgangers. Thinking of this, the Buddha demon eye appeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows. The Buddha demon eye split into the Buddha demon eye and the demon eye, forming a Buddhist doppelganger and a demon doppelganger. The Great Thunderclap Temple in the Divine Nether Realm is more suitable for your Buddhist doppelganger, while the Desolate Nether Realm in the 9 Nether Realm is more suitable for your demon doppelganger. The Buddha demon eye is an item of the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint. In theory, it is also a sacred weapon, but an extremely special one. If you want to unleash the power of the Buddha demon eye, you have to let your demon doppelganger and Buddhist doppelganger both advance to the pilgrimage realm. At that time, when the two become one, you should be able to unlock the true power of the Buddha demon eye. Chapter 1331. Mysterious Nether Point. You're right. The inner yard doesn't have any special cultivation methods of Buddhism and Devil Tao. It's not good for the development of my 2 doppelgangers. Now, it's the best choice to let these 2 doppelgangers cultivate in the Great Thunderclap Temple and the Desolate Nether Realm. Zhuo nodded. Xiaohei's suggestion was undoubtedly the most pertinent and suitable. Therefore, Zhuowen used the 100 transformation technique to change the appearances of his 2 clones and sent them out of the inner academy. The Buddhist clone headed to the Great Lightning Toon Temple, while the demonic Tao clone followed the ultimate devil master to the Desolate Nether Realm. In the near future, the Great Lightning Toon Temple and the Desolate Nether Realm would have 2 heaven-defying geniuses rise at the same time. Of course, all of this was in the future. As for the 9 flames karmic fire on the Buddhist clone, Zhuowen naturally kept it back into his main body. After all, helping Mu Qinxue expel the cold poison still required it. "Kid, I wonder if the contribution points in the contribution counter you brought from the outer academy can be used in the inner academy." Why don't you go and ask? This Dragon Lord seems to remember that there are over 2,600,000 contribution points in your contribution counter, right? Xiaohei suddenly reminded. Zhuowen slapped his head and said, "I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. I will go and ask the administrator of the bottom of the 9 peaks, Zhang Shui." As he spoke, Zhuowen walked towards the tower-like building at the bottom of the 9 peaks. Zhang Shui was still dozing off with her right hand resting on her cheek. Zhuowen was like this every time he saw her. This made Zhuowen feel rather speechless. Looking at the window, Zhang Shui cast a sidelong glance as if she had recognized Zhuowen. She said, "Are you the little brat that Senior Mo Yin brought here not long ago?" Zhuowen's face was filled with black lines. He felt a little strange to be called a little brat by a girl who was about the same age as him. However, he did not care about this detail. Instead, he handed the contribution counter to Zhang Shui and said, "I brought this contribution counter from the outer academy. I wonder if it can be used in the inner academy? Also, does the inner court have the corresponding exchange points?" Zhang Shui looked at the number on the contribution counter and said, "Looks like you're doing pretty well in the outer court to actually be able to leave behind so many contribution points. These contribution points can indeed be used in the inner court, but in the inner court they're not called contribution points but divine nether points. Furthermore, contribution points and divine nether points are not equivalent, but 1 to 100. In other words, 100 contribution points is equivalent to 1 divine nether point." Zhuowen was startled and then asked probingly, "Then the exchange value of the divine nether point and the contribution points is also 1 to 100. Who knew that? Zhang Shui would shake her head and smile. "The value of the exchange items is 1 to 1. If you exchange for the same item in the outer courtyard, the amount of divine nether points and contribution points required in the inner courtyard is the same." Zhuowen was silent for a moment, and his eyelids twitched without end. Isn't this too much of a trap? Imperceptibly, the value of the 2,600,000 contribution points on him had shrunk by 100 times, becoming 26,000 divine nether points. Furthermore, the items he exchanged for were of the same value as the contribution points. Zhuowen felt a little pain in his heart and a little pain in his flesh. "Then I might as well use my contribution points to exchange for things in the inner court," Zhuowen said somewhat indignantly. The corner of Zhang Shui's mouth curled up and said, "I'm sorry, contribution points cannot be exchanged for anything in the inner court. The inner court only recognizes divine nether points. Even if you have 2,600,000 contribution points on you, they are worthless in the inner court." Hearing that, Zhuowen felt as if 10,000 mud horses were running through his mind. The system of the inner court was obviously a scam. Helpless, Zhuowen sighed. "Then I'll change it to divine nether points." The corner of Zhang Shui's mouth curled up, and she spread out her hands. "Hand over your official disciple identity token to me. The divine nether points are not recorded in the contribution points counter, but in your inner court identity token." Zhuowen gloomily handed over the identity token to Zhang Shui. Then, Zhang Shui's face suddenly stiffened, and she subconsciously asked, "I say, did you take the wrong identity token?" Zhuowen raised his head and said doubtfully, "No, this is my new identity token. This identity token is exclusive to direct disciples. How can you have this kind of identity token?" Zhang Shui cautiously sized up the young man in front of her, and the corner of her mouth curled up in surprise. She knew that this young man in front of her had only entered the inner court with Moyin and Bai Yin for less than a month, and he had become a direct disciple in less than a month. This was simply inconceivable. Could it be that this identity token can be stolen and used by oneself? Zhuowen frowned and said with some displeasure. Only then did Zhang Shui react. The identity token of a direct disciple was unique and was personally refined by the 9 Peak Masters. Without the permission of the Peak Masters, one could not use it unless one was a direct disciple. However, the identity token of a direct disciple in front of her was dazzling and clearly did not seem to be a token that could not be used. Zhang Shui understood that what Zhuowen said was not false, but she subconsciously felt that it was impossible, so she raised her doubts. "If there are no problems, quickly exchange it," Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhang Shui looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression, and then quickly carved the divine nether points on the identity token and handed it over to Zhuowen. After receiving the identity token, Zhuowen waved his hand and directly left the pagoda-like building, leaving Zhang Shui staring at the departing figure in a daze. Am I hallucinating? This brat has clearly entered the inner academy for less than a month and was only an official disciple before. In the blink of an eye, he has become a direct disciple. Could it be that I have been dozing off too much recently and am having hallucinations? Zhang Shui shook her head, and soon after, she carelessly held her chin with her right hand and began to doze off, as if she had already forgotten everything that had just happened. After passing through the heart of the 9 peaks, Zhuowen arrived at the foot of the mysterious Yuan Peak. He took out the identity token that Xiaoyu had given him and entered with a swoosh. Sky Capital Peak, Jiaxing Pavilion. Mu Qinxue slowly came to the front of the hall. The layout of the hall was very simple. Other than the 4 stone pillars and the surroundings, there was a high platform in front. On the high platform, there were 3 thumb-sized incense sticks, and white smoke curled up in the hall, emitting a refreshing fragrance. In front of the hall stood an old man in a long robe. He had his hands behind his back and calmly stared at the front of the hall. No one knew what he was thinking. The aura of this old man was faintly discernible, as if he was an old man in his twilight years. About 5 meters away from this old man stood a slender figure. This figure was a young man around 26 or 27 years old. He carried an ancient long sword on his back, and his face was quite handsome. His eyes were blazing with sharpness, like an unsheathed sword. "Junior Sister Qin Shui, you're back. I wonder how the mission went." The young man with the long sword on his back stared at Mu Qinshui, who was walking in from the entrance. The sharpness in his eyes slowly faded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Hello, senior brother Jianmu. The mission went very smoothly." Mu Qinshui replied indifferently. In response to Mu Qinshui's cold and indifferent attitude, the young man did not feel anything out of the ordinary. A warm smile still hung from the corners of his mouth. However, his expression soon stiffened as he discovered that Mu Qinshui had directly retrieved 3 heads from her spirit ring. Gulyalu. The sound of the heads rolling on the ground echoed in the hall. Black Widow, Yiksha Jellyfish, and Jiushao. The smile on the young man's mouth was a little stiff, but soon it became more and more intense. He said with a smile, "As expected of junior sister Qin Shui, to be able to kill the 9th, 10th, and 11th experts of the Sin list at the same time. After completing this mission, junior sister Qin Shui will be qualified to cultivate the strongest technique of my sky capital peak, heavenly inquiring ancient scripture. With junior sister's talent, successfully cultivating the heavenly inquiring ancient scripture and igniting the 5th beacon of sky capital peak should be more than enough." The young man said with a smile. Who would have thought that Mu Qinshui would shake her head and say, "These 3 people were not killed by me, but by Zhuowen. He helped me complete this mission." When these words came out, the hall became quiet. The smile on the young man's face froze, and his face gradually became serious. He said, "Zhuowen, how is that possible? It's impossible for him to be so strong." Mu Qinshui raised her brows and stared at the young man. "Senior brother Jianmu, how do you know that it's impossible for Zhuowen to be so strong? Could it be that you've seen him before?" Jianmu's eyes flickered and he sighed. "AI, when I was pestering you, didn't you say that you had a sweetheart? After that, I went to the outer court to inquire and found out that the person's name was Zhuowen. He seemed to be a nobody from a low-level region of the Qing Xian Empire. Therefore, I left the inner court back then to meet Zhuowen. After arriving at the desolate ancient city from the Sea of Misery, I stayed there for a day. I planned to go to the Qing Xian Empire the next day, but I didn't expect to meet that little guy there. But at that time, that little guy's cultivation was pitifully weak, only at the sovereign stage." Jianmu shook his head, obviously not believing Mu Qinshui's words. Mu Qinshui calmly looked at Jianmu, but did not say anything. However, she felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She was excited for Zhuowen. She knew that Zhuowen had left the inner court a year ago. At that time, Zhuowen was only at the sovereign stage. But now, Zhuowen had reached the 2nd Heaven Emperor stage. Such a speed of advancement was definitely worthy of being called a monstrous genius. Moreover, that was not all. The strength that Zhuowen had displayed caused her to be indescribably shocked. Perhaps the current Zhuowen's battle strength was still a little inferior to Jianmu's. However, that was because Zhuowen's cultivation was not high. Once Zhuowen's cultivation increased, he would likely be able to crush Jianmu. He might even be able to contend against the strongest monster in Sky Capital Peak. "Jianmu, you can leave first. I still have something to say to Qin Shui." Jianmu, who was facing the old man with his hands behind his back, spoke in an ancient voice. Jianmu nodded and left the hall in an extremely respectful manner. Of course, after leaving, Jianmu began to inquire about Zhuowen. He never expected that Zhuowen would actually come to the inner court. The speed of his arrival made him have a whole new level of respect for him. After Jianmu left, the old man slowly turned around. His hawk-like gaze fell on Mu Qinxue as he softly said, "Your cold poison acted up in advance? But it seems like someone helped you suppress it temporarily?" Chapter 1332. Mysterious Origin Peak. Is it Zhuowen? Old man Tian Du's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice. Mu Qinxue was silent for a moment, then nodded. The corner of old man Tian Du's mouth curled. This Zhuowen is indeed not bad. If he really killed the Black Widow, Yiksha Jellyfish, and Jiu Shao at the same time as you said, then his strength and talent are unquestionable. Master, what do you mean? Mu Qinxue asked in surprise. Huh. This old man has naturally recognized Zhuowen's talent, so I plan to accept him as my personal disciple. Old man Tian Du stroked his long white beard with his right hand and smiled. Mu Qinxue was startled, then smiled bitterly. Master, Zhuowen has already been accepted as a personal disciple by Martial Uncle Xiaoyu. As soon as these words came out, old man Tian Du's right hand suddenly froze, and his expression stiffened. Then he frowned slightly. Madman Xiao can actually see that little guy Zhuowen is extraordinary. Doesn't this madman only know how to study origin arrays and avoid immortal scripture? At this moment, Mu Qinxue also felt a little regretful. At that time, she was the one who suggested that Xiaoyu accept Zhuowen as his personal disciple. She knew that Zhuowen was also talented in spiritual power, but she didn't know the specific realm. But in any case, Zhuowen was also a dual cultivator. Under normal circumstances, entering Mysterious Origin Peak was not bad. Even if Mysterious Origin Peak was the last of the 9 peaks, the treatment of a personal disciple would definitely not be bad. Now, old man Tian Du suddenly proposed to accept Zhuowen as his personal disciple. Between Tian Du Peak and Mysterious Origin Peak, one was the strongest peak and the other was the weakest peak. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would know which peak to choose. Master, why don't we ask Martial Uncle Xiao for him? Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes flashed, and she asked tentatively. Old man Tian Du shook his head. It's not like you don't know that madman Xiaoyu. He has a very stubborn temper. Even I can't take the things in his hands. Since Zhuowen has been accepted as his personal disciple, then everything will depend on Zhuowen's luck. Mu Qinxue nodded and didn't say anything. Her personality was originally quite cold, and Mysterious Origin Peak was indeed not bad. After all, the strongest technique of Mysterious Origin Peak, the Void Immortal Scripture, was extremely powerful. Even if Zhuowen couldn't comprehend it completely, he would still gain something. It would have an indelible effect on his martial way and mental strength. The structure of Mysterious Origin Peak was completely different from that of Tiandu Peak. As soon as he stepped into Mysterious Origin Peak, Zhuowen felt a vast pressure of mind power. However, Zhuowen was not affected at all. He walked silently to the top of the mountain. Zhuowen took out the jade strip that Mu Qinxue had given him as he climbed the mountain. He knew that it contained all the information about the Inner Academy. For a rookie like him who had just entered the Inner Academy, this information was indeed very important. There was a lot of information within the Jade Scroll. It introduced the structure of the entire Inner Academy and the maps of the 9 main peaks. Other than this, there was also some information about the structure of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall in the middle of the 9 peaks. The information recorded within was not far from what the Ice and Fire Sacred Symbol Spirit had described back then. The Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Palace was divided into 18 levels. Each level contained ice and fire energy. This kind of ice and fire energy merged together. It was an extremely wild and violent energy. If one was not careful, one could be crushed into dust by this wild and violent energy. Of course, if you were able to withstand this ice and fire energy, then this violent energy would temper the energy in your body's meridians, refining out the excess impurities. This would allow the cultivator's energy to be sublimated, and their might would rise to a whole new level. The deeper one went into the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, the stronger the tempering effect would be. The cultivators who cultivated inside would often be much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Of course, it would also be much easier for them to break through. In addition to the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, Zhuan also noticed that the Jade Slip mentioned the number of direct disciples of the Nine Peaks. Among them, Sky Capital Peak had the most direct disciples with a total of 4. The other 8 peaks basically only had 2 or 3 direct disciples. For example, Zhuan's Ao Yuan Peak only had 1 direct disciple. However, if Zhuan was included, there would be 2 direct disciples. However, Zhuan was a direct disciple that Xiaoyu had just accepted not long ago. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for the Jade Slip to record Zhuan's name. Furthermore, there is a ranking of the personal disciples listed in the Jade Slip. When Zhuan saw this, he was quite surprised. The ranking in the Jade Slip was called the Divine List. There were only 20 people on it, and they were all direct disciples of the 9 Peaks. Among them, the first direct disciple of Sky Capital Peak, Young Yi, was ranked first on the Divine List. The second was Fu Yu from Divine Devil Peak, and the third was someone Zhuan was familiar with. The second direct disciple of Sky Capital Peak, Jianmu, so he's an inner courtyard disciple. When his gaze fell on the third name on the Divine List, Zhuan couldn't help but murmur softly. He was naturally familiar with the name Jianmu. Back then, he had met Jianmu in the desolate ancient city. At that time, Zhuowen's cultivation base was only at the Venerable Realm, while Jianmu was already at the 7th Heavenly Monarch Realm. The gap between the two of them was like a chasm. At that time, Zhuowen could only look up to Jianmu. With Jianmu's talent, he must have made a breakthrough in the past year. However, Zhuowen was no longer the insignificant Sovereign Realm warrior back then. He was a true Emperor Realm expert. Even if he encountered a high-level Emperor Realm expert, Zhuowen wouldn't be afraid. It seems that Jianmu's appearance in the desolate ancient city wasn't a coincidence. His purpose was to find me. Zhuowen whispered, his eyes flickering. As he continued to browse, Zhuowen found that Mu Qinxue was ranked 17th on the Divine List, while the only direct disciple of Ao Yuan Peak, Lu Qing, was ranked last. This really surprised Zhuowen. After all, Lu Qing was the only direct disciple in the entire Ao Yuan Peak. There was only one direct disciple, and he was ranked last on the Divine List. It seemed that the decline of Ao Yuan Peak wasn't groundless. After browsing through the information, Zhuowen also found a map of the inner courtyard in the Jade Slip. There were various markings on it, which looked very convenient. While browsing the information, Zhuowen unknowingly arrived at the top of Ao Yuan Peak. Is this Ao Yuan Peak? This scene is a little different from what I imagined. When Zhuowen finally arrived at the top of Ao Yuan Peak, he was stunned. This was because the mountaintop platform in front of him was large enough, but there were very few buildings on it. Not only that, but Zhuowen could also see very few people on it. In the middle of the platform, there was a rather inconspicuous row of large wooden houses. The door was wide open, and it was dark inside. When he saw this scene, the corners of Zhuowen's eyes and mouth began to twitch unceasingly. Soon after, he recalled the capital Sky Peak that he had gone to with Moyen and Baiyan. When he recalled the bustling crowd and the magnificent and prosperous buildings at the peak of the mountain, Zhuowen suddenly felt that he had been cheated. The capital Sky Peak and Ao Yuan Peak were both among the 9 main peaks, but the gap between capital Sky Peak and Ao Yuan Peak was not small. Shaking his head and sighing, Zhuowen stepped onto the platform. In front of a small bamboo house near the platform, a woman in a gray robe slowly sat cross-legged. This woman had a head of jet black hair that was casually coiled up with a wooden hairpin at the back of her head, giving her a unique charm. Although this woman's appearance was slightly inferior to Mu Qinshue's, she was definitely one of the top beauties. Especially the peaceful aura that emanated from her body. It had a special attraction. Zhuowen looked around and found that there was no one else here except for this woman. He walked straight over. The gray-robed woman also saw Zhuowen walking over. She slowly stood up and stared calmly at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. When Zhuowen came in front of her, she looked up and down at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "May I know which peak this junior brother came from? What is your purpose in coming to Ao Yuan Peak?" Zhuowen spread out his hands and said, "Greetings, senior sister. In fact, I am a direct disciple that Xiao Yu of Ao Yuan Peak has just accepted. My name is Zhuowen. As soon as these words came out, the gray-robed woman's face stiffened. She frowned and said, "A new direct disciple? Why didn't Master mention this?" Zhuowen was a little embarrassed, but he still took out the identity token that Xiao Yu had given him and handed it to the gray-robed woman. He said, "This is the identity token that Xiao Yu gave me before. It should be able to prove that what I said is true, right?" The gray-robed woman glanced at the token in Zhuowen's hand. Her eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She looked at Zhuowen with a little surprise and nodded. "You are right. This is indeed the identity token of a direct disciple, but Master didn't mention it before he came back." Zhuowen's expression was somewhat unsightly. That Xiao Yu was too careless. Since he had accepted Zhuowen as his personal disciple, he should have at least notified Zhuowen. However, he did not even mention it, as if he had completely forgotten about it. The identity token can't be fake. My name is Lu Qing, and I am also Master's direct disciple. In the future, we will be senior sister and junior brother. We will take good care of each other. Lu Qing's eyes curved into crescents as she said to Zhuowen with a smile. "So, it's senior sister Lu Qing. I have seen the Inner Yard Divine list. You are ranked 20th. You can be regarded as an influential figure in the Inner Yard," Zhuowen said with a smile. Lu Qing shook his head. "I can't be considered a famous figure. Among all the direct disciples of the 9 Peaks, I'm already ranked at the bottom. Even Mu Chanshui, who just entered the inner courtyard not long ago, is ranked higher than me. Let's not talk about this. Junior brother Zhuowen, you should be here to look for Master this time, right?" Zhuowen nodded and said, "Senior sister is right. After all, I'm already a direct disciple of Ao Yuan Peak. Naturally, I will be cultivating here in the future. So this time, I came to see the situation of Ao Yuan Peak. However, the situation of Ao Yuan Peak is unexpectedly deserted." Chapter 1333. Dew Mountain. Most of the cultivation methods practiced by Ao Yuan Peak require the immortal force formed from the combination of mental energy and Yuan power. Although there are also one-sided cultivation methods, they are much weaker than the other 8 main peaks. Moreover, there are very few cultivators who practice dual cultivation. Moreover, if one's talent is not strong, one's mental energy and Yuan power cultivation will fall behind and become a burden. Therefore, most of the cultivators who enter the Inner Academy will rarely choose Ao Yuan Peak. This is also the reason why there are so few disciples in Ao Yuan Peak. At this point, the corner of Lu Qing's mouth revealed a bitter smile. Obviously, the current situation of Ao Yuan Peak really worried her. No matter where it was, as long as it was a force, it needed fresh blood to develop and grow. Otherwise, this force would eventually reach its end, and Ao Yuan Feng was undoubtedly in such a state. Most of the cultivation methods in Ao Yuan Peak had harsh requirements. It required the immortal force formed from the combination of Yuan power and mental energy. Moreover, the most famous Void Immortal scripture was something that even Peak Master Xiao Yu could not successfully practice. This caused many talented disciples to give up on Ao Yuan Peak. Over time, Ao Yuan Peak became more and more deserted. In the end, it became the worst main peak of the 9 peaks in the Inner Academy. The strange thing was that the peak master of Ao Yuan Peak, Xiao Yu, was commonly known as Madman Xiao in the Inner Academy. He was an extremely temperamental guy. After taking over Ao Yuan Peak, this guy buried himself in research all day long. He simply did not care about anything in Ao Yuan Peak. This caused the original batch of disciples in Ao Yuan Peak to be disheartened. One by one, they went to the other 8 main peaks. If Lu Qing was not in charge of Ao Yuan Peak, it was likely that the entire Ao Yuan Peak would have been deserted and become a dead mountain. Hearing Lu Qing's narration, Zhuowen sighed softly. Now, he felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. If he knew that Ao Yuan Peak was so deserted, he would not have readily agreed to become Xiao Yu's direct disciple. Right now, there are still more than 10 core disciples in Ao Yuan Peak. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that these core disciples would have left and joined other peaks. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me take you to find a place to stay." The more Lu Qing spoke, the more bitter his face became. In the end, he waved his hand dispiritedly, intending to bring Zhuowen to choose a place to stay. "Aren't we going to look for Senior Xiaoyu?" Zhuowen asked doubtfully. "Junior brother Zhuowen, you don't know Master's personality. He's a research madman. If he were to focus on his research, it would take him at least a month or two. Previously, when he came back, he locked himself in the wooden house. Clearly, he was researching something again. Now you can't see him at all," Lu Qing explained. Zhuowen was speechless, but he didn't care too much. This time, he came to Mysterious Origin Peak for a quiet environment. In addition, he was on Mysterious Origin Peak, so the heaven and earth Yuanqi here was far richer than at the bottom of the 9 peaks. It was more suitable for cultivation. As for meeting Xiaoyu, it was just a matter of convenience. "Then I'll have to trouble Senior's sister to arrange a place to stay," Zhuowen said with a smile. Lu Qing waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're welcome. We're all on the same side." "Hello, Senior's sister Lu Qing." Senior sister Lu. In the process of bringing Zhuowen deeper into the platform, they met some other disciples along the way. These disciples greeted Lu Qing one after another, and Lu Qing responded with a smile. "Senior sister Lu Qing." "Who is this, brother?" Lu Qing and Zhuowen stopped in front of a simple bamboo house. The bamboo house had 2 floors, and there was a tall frame at the bottom. At that moment, a rather simple and honest man walked out of the bamboo house. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and he stared at Zhuowen and asked in puzzlement, "Junior brother Zhuowen, this is junior brother Dushan, the number 1 core disciple of Mysterious Origin Peak. This bamboo house is very large, and there are many rooms inside. It's a bit of a waste for junior brother Dushan to live alone. You can live with him in this bamboo house," Lu Qing said with a smile. "Junior brother Dushan, this is junior brother Zhuowen. He is a direct disciple that Master Xiaoyu has just accepted. The 2 of you should get to know each other better in the future." After speaking, Lu Qing instructed the simple and honest man. "Direct disciple?" Dushan was startled, and then looked at Zhuowen strangely. Then, he decisively gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Zhuowen, you really have guts. You actually dare to become Master Xiaoyu's direct disciple. Dushan admires you." Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Now he understood that becoming Xiaoyu's direct disciple was probably not a good thing. By the way, Senior Sister Lu Qing, it is said that the strongest cultivation technique of Mysterious Origin Peak is the Void Immortal Scripture. What are the conditions for comprehending the Void Immortal Scripture? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Lu Qing chuckled, and Dushan laughed even more. Then, Lu Qing said with a strange expression, "It seems that junior brother Zhuowen really doesn't know anything." Looking at the expressions of these 2 people, Zhuowen's eyes became more and more confused. What should he know? Generally speaking, the strongest cultivation technique of the 9 peaks needs to be completed by the peak master before being qualified to learn it. Moreover, you must be a direct disciple. However, our Mysterious Origin Peak is an exception. Regardless of whether it is a core disciple or a direct disciple, you can comprehend the Void Immortal Scripture at will, Lu Qing explained with a smile. What's the use of comprehending it at will? Anyway, we can't understand it, so it's useless to read it, Dushan finally muttered. Looking at Dushan's deep resentment, it seemed that the Void Immortal Scripture was really difficult to comprehend. After all, even someone like Xiaoyu couldn't comprehend it, let alone the disciples of Mysterious Origin Peak. Dushan, you can't say that. The Void Immortal Scripture is known as the strongest cultivation technique of the Inner Yard. Naturally, it has its own uniqueness. Didn't Mysterious Origin Peak have a peerless genius, Senior Yuanji? Even if he completely comprehended the Void Immortal Scripture, he would still be able to reach such a terrifying realm. Even the Azure Dragon Home Master couldn't do anything to Senior Yuanji. How powerful and carefree is that? Speaking of Yuanji, Lu Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light, which contained a kind of emotion called worship. Senior Sister Lu Qing, Senior Yuan Ji is abnormal, a demon. How can we compare to him? Now, I haven't even comprehended the immortal art technique, let alone the void, immortal scripture. Dushan muttered in a low voice. Although we don't have the terrifying talent and comprehension of Senior Yuan Ji, hard work can make up for it. As long as we put in the effort and persevere, although we can't guarantee that we will be able to comprehend the void immortal scripture, at least we will gain more than if we don't work hard, right? Lu Qing looked very calm, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. That kind of peaceful smile was like a majestic wind blowing in the field, so natural and comfortable, which made Zhuowen's eyes reveal a trace of amazement. Senior Sister Lu Qing, I'm not you. You are a genius who has completely comprehended the immortal Tao technique. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to rely on the immortal Tao technique to further comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra and eventually become the second Senior Yuanji. Dushan grinned. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. I'll leave Junior Zhuowen to you. You can tell him about the Void Immortal Scripture. Lu Qing rolled her eyes at Dushan, then extended her slender hand and handed a jade-colored scroll to Zhuowen. She said, this scroll records the immortal art technique. The so-called immortal Tao technique is actually a simplified version of the Void Celestial Sutra. It was Master Xiao Yu's own summary after studying the Void Celestial Sutra for many years. If you can cultivate this immortal Tao technique, it should be much easier to understand the Void Celestial Sutra. Taking the jade-colored scroll, Zhuowen stared at the beautiful figure that was slowly leaving with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. Brother Zhuowen, before you comprehend the immortal art technique, you must first master immortal force. You have to know that immortal force is very difficult to master. Although you are a direct disciple, I can first teach you how to combine mental energy and yuan power to create immortal force on behalf of Master. Dushan casually walked to Zhuowen's side. Soon after, his right hand pinched the air in a rather showy manner. Soon after, he let out a loud roar filled with vigor. Soon after, the mental energy and yuan power within his body began to gather in his palm. After about 10 minutes, cold sweat began to appear on Dushan's forehead. Finally, a thumbnail-sized, milky white, immortal force appeared in his palm. Holding the thumbnail-sized, milky white, immortal force, Dushan was extremely satisfied. His eyes even contained a trace of excitement. In the past, it was Lu Qing who guided him in fusing immortal force. Now, he could finally enjoy teaching others. Moreover, this person was Xiao Yu's new direct disciple. Thinking of this, Dushan felt a little excited. Therefore, Dushan struck a pose and looked at Zhuowen with a smug look in his eyes. Brother Zhuowen, did you see clearly how I fuse the immortal energy? If you don't understand, I can do it again. This time, I will slow down. You have to concentrate and watch carefully. Zhuowen rolled his dead fish eyes and stared at Dushan, who felt good about himself. Dushan had the nerve to show off in front of him with just that little bit of immortal force. Zhuowen could not see through Dushan's thoughts at this moment. Zhuowen helplessly nodded and said, Brother Dushan, I saw it clearly. There's no need to demonstrate anymore. You really saw it clearly? Why don't you demonstrate it to me now? Dushan asked in disbelief. Zhuowen didn't waste his breath. He gently extended his right hand, and mental energy and yuan power converged at the center of his palm. Subsequently, a powerful pressure surged out, and a palm-sized ball of milky white celestial energy surged out from Zhuowen's palm. It soared into the sky with dazzling radiance. This Dushan's face instantly stiffened. Then he looked at the fingernail-sized immortal force in his palm, and then looked at the palm-sized immortal force in Zhuowen's hand. Chapter 1334. The Law of the Void. Thus, Zhuowen settled down in mysterious Origin Peak. There was a unique tranquility here, and there were not many disturbances. He liked this environment and feeling very much. The night gradually darkened. In the room, the dim candlelight swayed with the wind. Zhuowen sat quietly on the bamboo bed, and Xiao Hei's voice rang in his mind. Boy, the matter of your residence has been settled. I think you should deal with the materials for the Lunar Pure Yang pill and the 9-pattern Green Spirit pill. Zhuowen rubbed his temples and said, "Of course I know. There are many medicinal herbs in Mysterious Origin Peak. I will go to Senior Sister Lu Qing tomorrow in exchange for the corresponding medicinal herbs." The 9 main peaks had their corresponding exchange offices. Generally, the core disciples were responsible for the exchange. However, Mysterious Origin Peak was short of manpower, so Lu Qing took the initiative to undertake the task of exchange. Moreover, Lu Qing was also an arcana master and knew how to cultivate spiritual herbs. Thus, exchanging for medicinal herbs with Lu Qing was undoubtedly the most suitable. Since this Immortal Path technique is a simplified version of the Void Immortal Scripture, why don't I read it first and see if I can find some clues? Zhuowen's gaze fell on the jade-colored scroll in his hand as he muttered to himself. Then, he opened it with a swoosh. What entered his eyes was rows upon rows of graceful characters in small seal script that covered the entire scroll. Zhuowen's eyes slowly narrowed as he silently stared at the contents of the scroll. He revealed a wisp of seriousness because he noticed that he couldn't understand it all. It wasn't that he couldn't understand the words, but he couldn't understand the contents. If the words in the scroll were separated one by one, Zhuowen could naturally understand them. However, once they were combined together, he began to feel confused. It was as if he was reading a wordless heavenly book. What a strange scroll. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. However, Zhuowen did not believe in heresy. He began to concentrate on the scroll in his hand. He had inherited by Feng's sea of consciousness and knowledge. His foundation was much stronger than that of an ordinary arcana master. Zhuowen believed that with his current foundation, the Immortal Path technique would not be difficult for him. What he needed now was time to ponder over the Immortal Dao technique in his hands. 2 hours, for hours. Zhuowen continued to stare at the scroll, not moving an inch, until the weather turned slightly cold. Suddenly, Zhuowen noticed that the words in the scroll began to move. A Xiaohei dot appeared in the middle of the scroll. Then, a suction force appeared in the black dot, and the surrounding dense black words flowed into the black dot in a clockwise direction. Zhuowen's thoughts also entered the depths of the black spot under this suction force. This was an endless expanse of space. There was nothing in the surroundings, only endless darkness. Zhuowen took a step forward in space, and then he was stunned to discover that he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers with this step. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from the spot and arrived at an extremely distant place. Chi! A strange sound rang out. Then, Zhuowen was stunned to discover that an invisible blade of air suddenly swept over from the left side of the void. Then he was shocked to discover that the blade of air had cut open the void infinitely far away and drilled into it. However, when the blade of air reappeared, it was already very close to him. The flowing Qi blade landed between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Zhuowen could only watch as the Qi blade pierced through his forehead, and his body was split into two. Huff! Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. Soon after, he looked around and discovered that he was not in an endless expanse of space, but an ancient bamboo house. Was that an illusion? Frowning, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the scroll in his hand. The scroll was still covered in dense black words, as if nothing had happened. Law of the Void. Kid, your consciousness was brought into the boundless void just now. It was caused by the law of the void in this scroll. Suddenly, Xiaohei appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder at some unknown time. A pair of small eyes fell on the scroll, and her voice was solemn and cold. Void law. Is it also a type of Saint Rune law? Zhuowen asked in puzzlement. Yes, and it's an extremely powerful and high-grade law. It's many times more powerful than the wind law you obtained in the Emperor's tomb. Once this law appears, it can create a void space. Practitioners who have grasped the void law will be like fish in water, while other practitioners will be like a swamp. Furthermore, practitioners who have grasped the void law can escape into the natural void at any time, and not in the real world. Practitioners who have grasped the void law will be very difficult to kill. Xiaohei continued. So powerful? The Immortal Path technique was created by Xiaoyu. Doesn't that mean that Xiaoyu has grasped the void law? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Xiaohe shook her head and said, the void law contained in the Immortal Path technique is very weak. It's almost negligible. Xiaoyu must have only grasped the surface. Otherwise, the void law would not be so weak. Moreover, Xiaoyu created the Immortal Tao technique after reading the Void Heart Sutra. I'm afraid that the Void Heart Sutra contains the true law of the void. This is one of the strongest laws among all the laws. If you can comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra, you might be able to master the law of the void. At this point, Xiaohe looked quite excited. Isn't it too early for you to be happy? The Void Immortal Sutra has been on AO Yuan Peak for so many years, and no one has managed to comprehend it. Obviously, it will be hundreds or thousands of times more difficult to comprehend, Zhuowen said very rationally. Looking at Zhuowen's calm appearance, Xiaohe nodded and said, the void law is very powerful. If a practitioner does not have great luck and perseverance, it will be very difficult to grasp it. This should be the reason why no one has managed to comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra. Now, the Void Immortal Sutra is still a little far away from you. However, you can slowly cultivate and comprehend the Immortal Path technique. After all, it contains a trace of the void law. If you master the Immortal Path technique, it will be easier for you to comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra next time. Zhuo nodded. Lu Qing had said the same thing before. To comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra, one must first master the Immortal Path technique. If one could not even master the Immortal Path technique, it meant that one was not fated to comprehend the Void Immortal Sutra. It's almost dawn. It seems that I have to go to senior sister Lu Qing to exchange for herbs. The Taiyin Pure Yang pill and the 9-pattern Green Spirit pill must be refined as soon as possible. Looking at the white sky outside, Zhuowen got up and opened the bamboo door. He was shocked to find that Du Shan was in the open space in front of the bamboo house, constantly practicing his immortal power. Zhuowen remembered that last night, Du Shan was greatly stimulated by him. When he entered the room, Du Shan was crazily practicing his immortal power. Now, before dawn, he saw Du Shan practicing his immortal power again. Could it be that this guy was so stimulated that he was practicing his immortal power the whole night? Thinking of this, Zhuowen shook his head. He felt a little guilty. If he had known, he would have restrained himself yesterday. He should have given Du Shan some face. However, Zhuowen also keenly noticed that the immortal power that Du Shan was using now seemed to be stronger than yesterday. Seeing this scene, the guilt in Zhuowen's heart faded a lot. It seemed that stimulation was also a kind of motivation for Du Shan. He would just treat it as doing a good deed yesterday. After casually greeting Du Shan, Zhuowen walked towards the bamboo house where Lu Qing was. Lu Qing was still seated cross-legged within the lush green bamboo. A tranquil expression hung on her face like an ancient well without ripples. Perhaps she had sensed the sound of footsteps, but her eyelids twitched. Immediately, she opened her eyes and stared at Zhuowen, who was walking over from the side. Junior brother Zhuowen, were you here for this time? Lu Qing smiled gently. With a wave of her hand, she took out a bamboo chair from her spirit ring and landed in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen sat down and said with a smile, yesterday, I heard from Du Shan that senior sister Lu Qing is in charge of the exchange office on AO Yuan Peak. Senior sister is also proficient in planting spirit herbs. This time, junior brother is here to exchange for some herbs. Oh, you need medicinal ingredients? All right, give me the list of medicinal ingredients, Lu Qing said without any hesitation. Zhuowen smiled and took out a piece of paper from his bosom. On it was written the supplementary herbs for the extreme Yin Pure Yang pill and the 9-patterned Azure Spirit pill, including some extremely precious spirit herbs. 7th grade spirit herb Fire Lingji, 6th grade spirit herb Cow Nose Grass, 6th grade spirit herb Sunflower. After receiving the paper, Lu Qing's eyes landed on the paper. Soon after, her beautiful pupils slightly shrank. This was because many of the medicinal ingredients written on the paper were extremely precious elixirs. Among them, the Fire Lingji mushroom was even rarer. She really did not know what Zhuowen wanted these precious medicinal ingredients for. Junior brother Zhuowen, I do have these herbs, but the amount of divine nether points needed is extremely large. Are you sure you have so many divine nether points on you? Lu Qing asked suspiciously. Lu Qing had also investigated Zhuowen before, and knew that Zhuowen was a disciple who had just entered the outer court not long ago. Normally, this kind of new disciple would not have any savings on him, and with the value of the herbs that Zhuowen had given her, even the older students would find it difficult to afford them. Therefore, she was very suspicious of Zhuowen. Rubbing his nose, Zhuowen probed, "Senior sister, how many divine nether points do you need?" 1,200,000 divine nether points. Do you have that many? Lu Qing said unhurriedly. Hiss. Zhuowen sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,200,000 divine nether points. This was indeed a bit too terrifying. One must know that Zhuowen only had 26,000 divine nether points on him. The difference was a bit too big. Senior sister, can I exchange for something? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. Lu Qing nodded and said, that's possible. If you can take out something of equal value, you can use it as divine nether points to exchange for medicinal ingredients. Hearing this, Zhuowen took out a large black blade from his spirit ring and said, this blade is called the Netherworld Blade and is a middle stage Emperor artifact. It should be enough to exchange for these medicinal ingredients, right? Chapter 1335. Immortal Pill Formed Breakthrough. It is indeed a middle-tier Emperor weapon. However, one is not enough. After all, the Tier 7 Fire Lingji is among the medicinal ingredients you need. Lu Qing revealed a troubled expression on her pretty face. However, this troubled expression was quickly replaced by shock. This was because she saw Zhuowen reach out once again and take out another middle-tier Emperor weapon from his spirit ring. This is a middle-tier Emperor weapon, Shark Fin Drill Spear. 2 middle-tier Emperor weapons should be enough, right? Zhuowen spoke in a faint voice. Lu Qing received the Shark Fin Drill Spear and looked at Zhuowen with a strange expression. She did not expect that Zhuowen would be able to take out 2 middle-tier Emperor weapons in one go. Moreover, his expression did not change at all. Zhuowen had gained quite a lot in the Emperor Tomb. He had obtained the high-tier Emperor weapon, Tiger Head Clear Gold Spear, 3 middle-tier Emperor weapons, and 5 low-tier Emperor weapons from the treasure house that Mu Feng controlled back then. This Underworld Blade and Shark Fin Drill Spear were 2 of the 3 middle-tier Emperor weapons. These 2 Emperor weapons were not very useful to Zhuowen. It was naturally best if they could be used to exchange for medicinal ingredients. That's enough. Wait a moment. I will go and bring all the medicinal ingredients you need. Lu Qing kept the 2 middle-tier Emperor weapons and leisurely walked back to the bamboo house. A short while later, she came out again with a few feet-long cloth bag in her hand. Waves of refreshing medicinal fragrance spread from the cloth bag, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily narrow his eyes and reveal a comfortable feeling. Junior brother Zhuowen, the medicinal ingredients you need are all here. Please check them. Lu Qing smiled and handed the cloth bag to Zhuowen. The latter naturally received it without any hesitation. He checked them and smiled. That's right. Many thanks to senior sister Lu Qing. It's nothing. Lu Qing waved her hand and said. Zhuowen nodded. After chatting for a while, he got up and bid farewell. He hurriedly returned to his residence. He was planning to use these medicinal ingredients to see if Cheng Huang could successfully refine an immortal pill. After returning to his room, Zhuowen locked the door and windows and set up a yuan formation to shield the room. Soon after, he summoned the Fushi cauldron. Cheng Huang naturally rode on the divine turtle and swaggered out of the cauldron. Little Huang, I have already collected the supplementary medicinal ingredients for the extreme Yin Pure Yang pill and 9-rune green spirit pill. I think you can refine an immortal pill. Cheng Huang jumped down from the turtle's back and landed the medicinal ingredients. However, they did not fall. By Cheng Huang checked carefully and said with satisfaction, all the medicinal ingredients are gathered. You can indeed refine an immortal pill. However, Zhuowen, I need to borrow your immortal power during the refining process. So, You can't drop the ball halfway. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Refining an immortal pill required immortal power. Cheng Huang was only the artifact spirit of the Fushi cauldron, so it did not have any immortal power. Therefore, to refine an immortal pill, it naturally needed Zhuowen's immortal power. Of course, Zhuowen nodded seriously. Let's begin. Zhuowen, channel your immortal power into the Fushi cauldron. Leave the refining to me. As soon as Cheng Huang said this, Zhuowen gently patted his right hand. Soon after, an endless stream of immortal power poured into the Fushi cauldron. Instantly, the surface of the Fushi cauldron began to emit a blazing light. At the same time, Zhuowen summoned the 9 flames of karmic fire. Under Cheng Huang's instructions, it landed at the bottom of the Fushi cauldron and burned intensely. When the temperature of the Fushi cauldron surface reached its peak, Cheng Huang waved its claws and began to place the medicinal ingredients on the ground into the cauldron one by one. It seemed disorderly, but in fact, there was a certain pattern to it. Then, wisps of medicinal fragrance began to waft through the air. It refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Start increasing the firepower. Cheng Huang instructed Zhuowen after placing all the supplementary medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. Zhuowen naturally did as he was told. The 9 flames of karmic fire instantly burned brighter. 9 different colors flickered mysteriously in the dim room. The temperature of the Fushi cauldron's surface rose higher and higher. The flames grew fiercer and fiercer, and the medicinal fragrance grew stronger. The supplementary ingredients need to be burned for 3 days. After saying this, Cheng Huang lay down on the divine turtle's back and dozed off. This guy, looking at the snoring Cheng Huang, Zhuowen was speechless. This mongrel fox was really relaxed. He had painstakingly controlled the 9 flames of karmic fire, but this guy just said a few words and dozed off. Zhuowen immediately felt that it was unfair. Time passed minute by minute, and 3 days had passed. The temperature in the room had reached its peak. The surface of the Fushi cauldron showed signs of turning red, and the medicinal fragrance permeated the room. If Zhuowen hadn't set up a concealment origin formation in the room, the medicinal fragrance would have attracted Du Shan, who was in another room, over. However, Zhuowen discovered that although his celestial force was greatly consumed during the process of refining pills, he discovered that he was gradually becoming more and more proficient in the use of celestial force. In fact, he was even starting to become more proficient in the use of celestial force. Kid, during the process of refining pills, you can use the Baifeng's method of tempering immortal power. It'll be quite beneficial for improving the quality of your immortal power. Cheng Huang stretched lazily and stared at Zhuowen, who was gritting his teeth, and said flatly. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen was startled at first. Then, he began to temper his immortal power skeptically. He discovered that the efficiency of tempering immortal power was much faster than before. It's really effective. After tasting the sweetness, Zhuowen tirelessly began to temper his immortal power. Feeling the immortal power in his body constantly increasing in purity, Zhuowen could not help but smile. He discovered that if he continued to temper his immortal power at this speed, it would not be long before the immortal power in his body could be tempered to middle-grade immortal power. Kid, it's time to take out the main ingredients, the flesh of the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. Watch how I refine 2 immortal pills at the same time and broaden your horizons. Cheng Huang suddenly said heroically. Zhuowen shrugged. With a flick of his finger, he took out the corpses of the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. He had to admit that these 2 wild beasts were indeed 8th-grade wild beasts. Even though they were dead, their flesh did not decay and was full of vitality. Cheng Huang took a step forward and wrapped Zhuowen's 9 flames karmic fire around the corpses of the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. The 9 flames karmic fire was a heavenly fire with an extremely high temperature. Even though the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede had thick skin and flesh, they would still melt at this temperature. Cheng Huang used the 9 flames karmic fire to continuously temper the flesh of the 2 wild beasts. After about a day, Cheng Huang extracted 2 drops of blood from the 2 corpses. One drop was blue, and the other was black. These 2 drops of blood are the essence of the lunar golden crow and the 9-tailed centipede. Each drop of blood is priceless. As Cheng Huang spoke, he carefully dripped the 2 drops of blood into the Fushi cauldron. Then his claws formed a series of seals as he urged Zhuowen to quickly increase the fire. Just like this, another 3 days passed. The medicinal fragrance that drifted out from the Fushi cauldron had finally receded, and it was replaced by a sweet and refreshing fragrance instead. This fragrance caused one to salivate when smelling it, and it was extremely miraculous. Bang! Cheng Huang slapped the top of the Fushi cauldron. Then 30 Longan-sized pills flew out from the cauldron. There were 2 types of pills. Each type had 15 pills, so there were 30 pills in total. One of the pills was ice blue, but within the ice blue, there was a trace of red. This was the extreme impure yang pill. The other pill was green, and there were 9 ripples on the surface of the pill. If one looked carefully, the ripples were actually the shape of the 9 wolf heads and tails of the 9-tailed centipede. However, because it was too small, it was not very clear. This was a 9-marked cyan spirit pill. Zhuowen immediately took out 2 jade bottles from his spirit ring. Then, with a point of his right hand, he placed the lunar pure yang pill and the 9-patterned green spirit pill into the 2 jade bottles. What a rich medicinal power! Are these the immortal pills? The moment the top of the Fushi cauldron was lifted, a surge of medicinal power shot up into the sky. The roof he was on began to shake violently as cracks appeared on its surface. Just the medicinal power alone was enough to cause the roof to crack. The medicinal power of these 2 pills was a little too terrifying. Looking at the immortal pills in the jade bottles, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. Then he picked up one of the lunar pure yang pills and swallowed it. Zhuowen felt a burning sensation amidst the coldness as he roared. This feeling was very strange. After the pill entered his body, Zhuowen felt his entire body heat up. A wave of energy was born in his body and spread through his 8 extraordinary meridians. What a surging medicinal power! This medicinal power, Zhuowen only felt that his entire body was filled with vigorous energy. It was as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. Therefore, he rushed out of the room and began to perform fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques. As long as it was a cultivation technique that he had learned or seen before, he would perform it at least once. His goal was to use this method to release the energy that was born in his body. He wanted to refine that energy into his own energy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would be wasted. Du Shan, who was in another room, naturally heard the commotion at Zhuowen's side. Soon after, he saw Zhuowen dancing around like a drunkard in the courtyard. His movements were as awkward as they could get. What is Zhuowen doing? Why did he suddenly become so abnormal? Is he hungry? Du Shan frowned. Just as he was about to remind him, a muffled sound came from Zhuowen's body. Then, a surge of energy came over and swept up a terrifying hurricane. This guy broke through? He broke through just by casually dancing a few times? Is this a joke? Du Shan was stunned. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. No, Zhuowen must be using some kind of powerful cultivation technique. Moreover, it must be a secret technique. I must remember it. Chapter 1336. Voidstone Tablet. Half a month passed. Zhuowen spent most of his time comprehending the immortal Dao technique after breaking through to the 3rd level Emperor realm. He also went down to the bottom of the 9 peaks to deliver the extreme impure yang elixir and 9-marked green spirit elixir to Moyan Wushang, Gatha, and the others. The 2 immortal elixirs were extremely useful for low-level emperors. Zhuowen believed that with the help of the immortal elixirs, Moyan Wushang and the others would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. They would definitely be able to pass the core disciple selection and enter the 9 peaks. On this day, Zhuowen was still sitting cross-legged in his room, trying to comprehend the immortal Dao scripture. His mind was immersed in the endless void. After half a month of comprehension, The number of chi blades that surged out from the void world of the scroll had increased. Zhuowen was killed instantly when he first entered the scroll. Now, he could borrow the power of the void to dodge the chi blades. Although his movements were a little stiff, he was able to dodge them. Zhuowen was also getting better at using the power of the void. Whoosh! In the void, a chi blade appeared a few inches behind Zhuowen. The chi blade was silent, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. Zhuowen, on the other hand, remained calm and unhurried. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood, causing the air blade to miss. When Zhuowen's figure reappeared, he was already dozens of meters to the left. Just now, he had entered the void and dodged the air blade. However, the power of the void was very weak. He could only move 10 meters in the void. Those who had truly mastered the laws of the void could travel thousands of miles. It was extremely terrifying. The laws of the void should not only be used for escaping, it should also be used for attacking. Everything had two sides. If it was used well, it could be used to attack and defend. Zhuowen had been diligently studying the power of the void in the immortal Tao technique for half a month. However, he discovered that the power of the void was only used for escaping. This was a cultivation technique created by Xiao Yu after comprehending the void immortal scripture. Obviously, Xiao Yu thought that the laws of the void were only used for escaping. He blindly used the power of the void to increase his speed. In the scroll of the immortal Tao technique, these air blades were actually used to force the cultivator to use the power of the void to escape while cultivating. If one could successfully dodge the countless air blades, then they would have completely grasped the immortal Tao technique. What if I use the power of the void to attack? Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. With two whooshing sounds, two more chi blades passed through the void and instantly swept in front of Zhuowen. Their speed soared to the extreme. Zhuowen's expression did not change. He grabbed the void in front of him with his right hand, and a trace of weak power of the void emerged. Suddenly, the void in front of him shattered, and the chi blade in front of him was annihilated in the collapsed void. Using the power of the void to collapse the void can create such a powerful attack. However, the consumption is a little high. Zhuowen frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice. When Zhuowen entered the scroll with his mind and constantly tried to create an attack method with the power of the void, the entire Ao Yuan Peak began to tremble slightly. In the center of the platform of Ao Yuan Peak, there was a row of large wooden houses. In the courtyard behind the wooden houses, there stood a bumpy stone. At first glance, it looked like a meteorite falling from the sky. What was even more strange was that half of the meteorite was hidden in the void and the other half was standing in the courtyard. It was as if the void and the real were intertwined together and would never change. Around this meteorite, there were three figures sitting cross-legged. At this moment, the trembling of Ao Yuan Peak naturally attracted the attention of these three figures. The three of them were old men in their 60s. They slowly opened their eyes and looked surprised. One of the old men with a cold expression frowned slightly and said, "This vibration seems to be coming from the Void Stone Tablet." "What's wrong with the Void Stone Tablet?" "The Void Stone Tablet contains the Void Holy Scripture. This has never happened before. Why is it so agitated today?" Another old man with gray hair in a black robe was puzzled and asked. The three old men slowly stood up and looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, the Void Stone Tablet trembled again. The body of the tablet that was hidden in the void and in the real world swayed, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of shackle. "Something's wrong," the old man with the cold expression said. In the inner yard, only Xiao Yu has a thorough understanding of the void Holy Scripture. "I'll ask him to get his ass over here," the old man in a black robe said, and stepped directly into the large wooden house in front of the Void Stone Tablet. Then the sound of crying and cursing came from inside. Xiao Yu must be studying something. One Bai is an impatient person. It seems that Xiao Yu is going to suffer a little. The corner of the third white-robed old man's mouth curled slightly when he heard the curses from within the wooden house. He revealed an arc as he softly laughed. The old man in a white robe had a dignified temperament. The old man, with a cold expression on his face, nodded, and a look of awe appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the old man in a white robe in front of him was not simple. The interior of the wooden house became quiet after a commotion. Immediately, two figures walked out from within. One of them was the black-robed old man who had entered the wooden house earlier. He extended his right hand, pinched a man's ear, and pulled him out. Yo, yo, yo. Martial Uncle went by. Did I offend you? Why did you disturb my research as soon as you came in? You even beat me up without saying anything. You've gone too far. The man whose ear was being pinched grimaced in pain and said indignantly, How dare you talk back? I think you've been asking for a beating lately. The old man in a black robe, named one by, glared and slapped him. The man screamed and raised his hand to block the slap. Then he was slapped and flew into the air, landing on the ground dozens of meters away. If Zhuan saw this scene, he would have recognized that this man was the peak master of Ao Yuan Peak, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a peak master and a powerful sage-to-be. However, he was like a chicken in the hands of the old man in a black robe. He could not resist at all. He really did not know how terrifying the old man in a black robe was. Okay. You two stop fooling around. Xiaoyu, come and see what's going on with the Void Stone tablet. Suddenly, the old man in a white robe, who was standing quietly not far away, spoke. His voice was calm and peaceful, like a spring breeze. Wen Bai and Xiaoyu, who were still arguing, immediately stopped talking. Since Martial Uncle Yin has requested it, I'll reluctantly take a look. Xiaoyu pretended to walk up to the Void Stone tablet and squinted his eyes to examine it. Then his gaze became serious, and he said, Was the vibration caused by the Void Stone tablet? The old man in a white robe nodded and said, It was indeed caused by the Void Stone tablet. In the entire inner yard, only you have a deep understanding of the Void Stone tablet. Moreover, you have mastered a trace of the Void Law. You should be able to see what's going on with the Void Stone tablet. Martial Uncle Yin, do you still remember what happened back then? Back then, the Void Stone tablet also had an abnormality, but it was much more intense than this time, Xiaoyu suddenly said seriously. The old man in a white robe slowly narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, You mean that what happened today is the same as what happened to Yuanji back then? Someone has communicated with the Void Stone tablet? But that's impossible. If you want to communicate with the Void Stone tablet, you have to comprehend it next to the Void Stone tablet. Anyway, the three of us don't have this ability. You were studying in the room before, so there was no one else. Xiaoyu shook his head and said with a smile, Martial Uncle, have you forgotten about the Immortal Path technique? That's a technique that I comprehended from the Void Immortal Scripture. It also contains a trace of opportunity to communicate with a Void power. Oh, you think that someone used the Immortal Path technique to communicate with the Void Stone tablet? The old man in a white robe's eyes flashed. He could not help but stand up and continue. In other words, such a disciple is on Ao Yuan Peak. It's very likely. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Are you kidding? There are only a dozen people on Ao Yuan Peak, and all of them have practiced the Immortal Path technique before. How come there isn't a disciple who can cause the Void Stone tablet to act strangely, but now there is one? The old man in a black robe, Wen Bai, said indifferently. Xiaoyu curled his lips and said, Although there are few people on Ao Yuan Peak, Lu Qing is a talent. She only took half a year to master the Immortal Path technique. Maybe she suddenly comprehended something and then communicated with the Void Stone tablet. Okay. Lu Qing is really talented. Ask her to come over and see if she can communicate with the Void Stone tablet again. The old man in a white robe waved his hand and said with a burning gaze, If it's really Lu Qing, she may be the second genius in hundreds of years who can comprehend the Void Immortal Scripture. At that time, your Ao Yuan Peak may really rise. Xiaoyu grinned and said, That's right. Don't you know whose disciple Lu Qing is? She can communicate with the Void Stone tablet. Naturally, she has an inseparable connection with me. With that, Xiaoyu took out the communication jade charm and asked Lu Qing to come to the central area of Ao Yuan Peak. A short while later, Lu Qing's slender and elegant figure arrived in front of the wooden house. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yu and the three elders in front of the stone tablet. Her beautiful eyes were startled as she hurriedly bowed and said, "Lu Qing greets Master, Yin Ji, Jiang Xian, and Wen Bai." At this moment, Lu Qing was extremely nervous. She naturally knew the three old men. The three old men were not ordinary. They were the three most powerful people in the inner yard and also the pillars of the inner yard. All three of them were saints. Chapter 1337. Kneel to me. The three old men had been staying around the Void Stone Tablet all year round in order to comprehend the Void Law in the Void Stone Tablet. As saints, the three old men had naturally grasped the Saint Inscription Law and were very familiar with the power of the laws. However, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for a cultivator who had grasped the first law to comprehend the second law. This was equivalent to a person having only one brain. If one tried to do two things at the same time, one's attention would be divided. If one couldn't do two things well, the principle of comprehending two laws would be similar to this. The Void Law was one of the best and was widely recognized as the most difficult law to comprehend. Since the three old men had mastered one law, it would naturally be difficult for them to comprehend the second law. However, it wasn't like they didn't gain anything. At least, like Xiao Yu, they had mastered some tricks of the void power and their speed had increased. This was a relatively gratifying gain. Lu Qing, were you cultivating the Immortal Path technique just now? Yanji looked at Lu Qing with a smile. Lu Qing didn't understand and shook her head. I wasn't cultivating the Immortal Path technique just now. What does Grand Uncle Yanji mean? Oh, if it wasn't you, could it be someone else? Yanji frowned slightly and asked curiously. What is it? Lu Qing asked curiously. Wen Bai was an impatient person. He didn't wait for Yanji to speak and explain the strange situation of the Void Stone Tablet. However, Lu Qing shook her head and said, "This should have nothing to do with me. Perhaps it was another disciple who communicated with the Void Stone Tablet." Xiao Yu frowned slightly and murmured in a low voice, "Among the dozen or so disciples of Ao Yuan Peak, only you, this little girl, have outstanding talent. The others are all trash to make up the numbers. How can they do such a thing?" Lu Qing's beautiful eyes flickered. She couldn't help but think of Zhuowen, who had just entered Ao Yuan Peak more than half a month ago. Could it be that Zhuowen? However, she quickly rejected this idea. Zhuowen had just entered Ao Yuan Peak. He had probably only been in contact with the Immortal Dao technique for a month. How could he possibly communicate with the Void Stone Tablet? It was probably impossible for him to even master the Immortal Dao technique. Why don't we gather all the disciples of Mysterious Origin Peak and let them cultivate the Immortal Dao technique next to the Void Stone Tablet? Maybe we can cause the Stone Tablet to move again, Wen Bai suddenly suggested. Yanji's eyes flickered as he said, "Junior brother Wen Bai's suggestion is good. Xiao Yu, you should follow his suggestion and gather the disciples of Ao Yuan Peak to practice the Immortal Path technique in front of the Void Stone Tablet. If we can find such a genius, he may become the second Yuan Ji in the future. At that time, he will be of great help to our inner yard. You don't need me to remind you, do you?" Xiao Yu revealed a rare, serious expression. He nodded and said, "I understand now. Lu Qing, gather all the trash of Mysterious Origin Peak and ask them to come here to practice the Immortal Dao technique in front of the Void Stone Tablet." The corner of Lu Qing's mouth revealed a bitter smile when he heard Xiao Yu's rude words. Due to the fact that there were very few people in Ao Yuan Peak and their talent was not very good, Xiao Yu's attitude towards the other core disciples was not very good. He often called them trash, which privately caused the dissatisfaction of many core disciples in Ao Yuan Peak. Lu Qing said and went to gather the disciples of Mysterious Origin Peak. In the dark room, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Just now, he had tried to use the void power to attack in the void space of the scroll. The effect was unexpectedly good. However, Zhuowen had only just started, so his control over his strength wasn't that good. He would have to train hard to correct this. If he used the power of the void to attack, his strength would be infinitely terrifying. It's time to find Chen Shui. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhuowen slowly kept the scroll. Soon after, he got up and left the bamboo house. The cold poison in Mu Qinshua's body was not that easy to expel. Zhuowen had to expel the cold poison from her body every once in a while. It had been almost a month since the last time Zhuowen naturally planned to go to Sky Capital Peak again. After leaving Mysterious Origin Peak, Zhuowen went to the White Jade Pavilion at the bottom of the 9 peaks to visit Moyan Wushang and the other 4. He found that their progress was not bad, especially Moyan Wushang and Gatha. With the help of the Lunar Pure Yang Elixir and 9-marked Green Spiritual Elixir, they had broken through to the 2nd-level Emperor Realm. They were not far from the 3rd-level Emperor Realm. Especially Gatha. Her combat strength had impressed Zhuowen. With the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul, an ordinary intermediate Emperor Realm expert would not be able to defeat Gatha. Zhuowen dared to say that Gatha would be the most popular person in the 9 peaks during the core disciple selection. The Canaan Armored Soul was also very terrifying. If she performed well during the selection, she might be chosen by one of the 9 peak masters. However, this was all Zhuowen's guess. He could only wait until the core disciple selection to find out. After exchanging some pleasantries in the White Jade Pavilion, Zhuowen left the bottom of the 9 peaks and walked towards Sky Capital Peak. At the entrance of Sky Capital Peak, there was a beautiful figure quietly standing there. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Zhuowen, and the corners of her mouth were curled into a charming smile. When he came to Mu Qinshue's side, Zhuowen naturally held her small hand. The two of them smiled at each other and walked towards the top of Sky Capital Peak. At this moment, in front of the Voidstone tablet on Mysterious Origin Peak, Lu Qing and a dozen people were unwillingly sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Cheer up, all of you. Cultivate the Immortal Path technique," Xiaoyu said without any trace of politeness. He even scolded them. Hence, under the attention of Xiaoyu, Yin Ji, and the other 2, the 10+ people successively sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the Immortal Path technique. Something worthy of mentioning was that nearly half of them were utterly unable to enter the empty space within the scroll. Given Xiaoyu's temper, he naturally told half of them to get lost. The remaining half sat cross-legged on the ground and silently cultivated the Immortal Path technique. Time slowly passed. Xiaoyu, Yinji, and the other 2's faces turned slightly ugly. This was because although the remaining people were cultivating the Immortal Path technique, the Voidstone tablet did not have any reaction at all. Even Lu Qing did not cause the Voidstone tablet to move. "It seems that the Voidstone tablet has coincidentally become restless," Yinji whispered, slightly disappointed. The Void Immortal Scripture was not only the most powerful technique on Mysterious Origin Peak, but also the most powerful technique in the entire Inner Yard. If someone in the Inner Yard could really comprehend it, it would be a great joy for the Inner Yard. After all, successfully cultivating the Void Immortal Scripture meant mastering the law of the Void. When one's cultivation reached the Saint Realm, one's strength would be extremely powerful. In his disappointment, Xiaoyu also woke the remaining people up. Just as he was about to tell them to get lost, a simple and honest voice was heard. Why isn't Brother Zhuowen here? I clearly saw him in the room earlier." This person had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking around. It was Du Shan, who lived under the same roof as Zhuowen. There's still someone not here?" Yin Ji's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Du Shan, who was looking around blankly. "Lu Qing, is everyone not here yet?" Xiaoyu frowned and asked. Lu Qing looked around and whispered, "There is indeed someone who is not here. However, I went to his residence earlier and did not find him. He should have gone out." "Who is it?" Xiaoyu looked around and found that there was no shortage of people. There were only so many people in Ao Yuan Peak. Although Xiaoyu did not care about the matters in the peak, he was still familiar with the faces of more than a dozen people in Ao Yuan Peak. "There's another person called Zhuowen. He just came to Ao Yuan Peak a month ago. He said that he was your new direct disciple. At that time, Master was in seclusion, so I did not inform you." Lu Qing said with a little guilt. "Zhuowen? Is it that kid?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened. He immediately thought of the young man who made a deal in the great desolate forest. His heart was relieved. However, soon, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Could it be that the abnormality of the void stone tablet was related to that kid? Xiao Yu, kid, who is Zhuowen? Why haven't I heard of him before? Wen Bai was an impatient person. He immediately asked in a rough voice. That guy just joined AO Yuan Peak. Xiao Yu briefly introduced Zhuowen. Naturally, he ignored the transaction of the lunar golden crow and the nine-tailed centipede's flesh. You have such a bad temper. How could you personally accept a direct disciple? You really surprised me. Wen Bai said with a little sarcasm. Seeing Wen Bai's attitude, Xiao Yu was so angry that his teeth itched. However, he did not dare to make a move. After all, Wen Bai was his senior. His strength was much stronger than his. Humph! I dare to conclude that the one who caused the Void Stone Steel to act strangely was definitely that Zhuowen. That kid is a rare genius. It was my fiery eyes of truth that saw through him and accepted him as a personal disciple. Xiao Yu was a little unconvinced as he spoke big words. However, as soon as he said this, he cursed in his heart. He had accepted Zhuowen as a direct disciple because of a deal. He had not even tested whether Zhuowen had spiritual power talent or not. Now he was so confident. If Zhuowen did not have spiritual power talent, then he would be in trouble. Wen Bai was a famous guy with a bad temper. If he knew that Xiao Yu was boasting and fooling him, he would be beaten up. Huh? Really? If that Zhuowen is really a rare genius like you said, then you have done a meritorious deed. Now, quickly bring me to find that kid. I want to capture him and give it a try. Speaking up to here, Wen Bai clenched his fists and sneered. Of course, if what you said is wrong, Martial Uncle will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Looking at Wen Bai's appearance, Xiao Yu's face turned green. He secretly scolded himself for saying too much. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Of course. Xiao Yu's expression was calm and composed as he said indifferently, of course. Martial Uncle, don't worry. That Zhuowen will definitely not let you down. Although he said this, Xiao Yu secretly prayed that Zhuowen would not be found. So Master is looking for Zhuowen. I remember that kid kept talking about Sky Capital Peak last night. He should be going to Sky Capital Peak now. Not far away, Dushan suddenly added with a silly smile. Chapter 1338. Xianzhong, Zhuowen, you've broken through? On the steps of Capital Sky Peak, Mu Qinxue slightly raised her head. Naturally, she also noticed the aura coming from Zhuowen's body and asked in a slightly surprised voice. Zhuowen revealed a faint smile. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Mu Qinxue. He said, Chen Shui, I haven't given you a gift yet, so this is my greeting gift. What's inside? Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Then, she reached out with her jade-like hand and grabbed the jade bottle, looking it over. Her white as jade palm contrasted with the pure white jade bottle, complementing each other and pleasing to the eye. You'll know when you open it, Zhuowen said with a smile. With a look of doubt, Mu Qinxue gently opened one of the jade bottles. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance burst out. Mu Qinxue's eyes revealed a strange look as she pinched out a pill. This pill was blue in color, and there was a trace of red in between the blue. It was the extreme, impure yang pill. After Mu Qinxue sized it up, she cautiously said, Is this an immortal pill? Zhuowen looked at Mu Qinxue with a bit of surprise. He never thought that she would be able to recognize that the pill in front of her was an immortal pill. It seemed like Mu Qinxue, who came from a large force, had good eyesight. Mu Qinxue took out the 9 lines Azure Spirit pill from the other jade bottle. Her beautiful eyes finally revealed a moved expression as she said to Zhuowen, Zhuowen, this immortal pill is extremely precious, and you should need it more than me. Keep it for yourself. With that said, Mu Qinxue pushed the 2 jade bottles to Zhuowen, but she was stopped by Zhuowen. Chen Shui, don't worry. These 2 immortal pills are called the Extreme Impure Yang pill and the 9 Runes Blue Spirit pill. There are 5 pills in each jade bottle. You are now in the 5th layer Emperor realm. If you consume these 10 immortal pills, you should be able to reach the 6th layer Emperor realm. Zhuowen said in a serious voice. Yesterday, Zhuowen had only taken one extreme, pure yang pill, and he had broken through from the second level of the Great Emperor Realm to the third level of the Great Emperor Realm. It was clear that this pill was extremely effective. Because Mu Qinxue was a mid-level Great Emperor, these two immortal pills weren't as effective for her as they were for Zhuowen, but they were still very beneficial for her cultivation. Seeing that Zhuowen was so insistent, Mu Qinxue nodded gently. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Although Zhuowen's gift was a little abrupt, she was pleasantly surprised. Walking to the peak and looking at the bustling scene of Sky Capital Peak, Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but compare it with Ao Yuan Peak in his mind. Soon after, he realized that the two couldn't be compared at all. The arrival of Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue naturally attracted the attention of the other core disciples in Sky Capital Peak. When their eyes fell on Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue's hands that were held together, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely calm when he sensed the many unfriendly gazes that gathered around him. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that Mu Qinxue was an extremely popular character in Sky Capital Peak, and even in the entire inner yard. However, he didn't expect her popularity to exceed Zhuowen's expectations. From the unfriendly gazes around him, Zhuowen could tell that the core disciples of Sky Capital Peak probably all saw him as a love rival. Zhuowen, it seems that my situation isn't good. Zhuowen shrugged and said helplessly, it's not just bad, it's extremely bad. Mu Qinxue regained her senses and revealed a mischievous look. She looked extremely cute. Let's go to my pavilion first. You can help me expel the cold poison there. Speaking of the cold poison, Mu Qinxue's cheeks flushed red. She clearly recalled the honest meeting a month ago, and a trace of shyness rose in her heart. Zhuowen nodded his head. In Sky Capital Peak, direct disciples all had their own independent pavilion, and Mu Qinxue was no exception. Moreover, Mu Qinxue's pavilion occupied an extremely large area, like a mansion. When the two of them arrived at the pavilion, a figure stood at the door and quietly stared at Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue. This person's figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were overflowing with sword intent, as if he was an unsheathed, peerless sword. Jianmu. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the young man in front of him in surprise. At this moment, Jianmu naturally saw Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue holding hands. His good-looking sword-like eyebrows slightly knitted together, and his expression was somewhat unfriendly. Senior brother Jianmu, why are you blocking my floating snow pavilion? Mu Qinxue asked with her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Junior sister Qinxue, I'm here to spar with you today. It seems that it's a little inconvenient today. As he spoke, Jianmu's gaze fell on Zhuowen, and he said with a smile, Zhuowen, it seems that we meet again. Zhuowen nodded and also said with a smile, Senior brother Jianmu is right. We meet again. It seems that it wasn't a coincidence that senior brother Jianmu appeared in the desolate ancient city. Jianmu smiled faintly and said, Of course it wasn't a coincidence. However, I didn't expect that you would advance so quickly. It hasn't been long, and your cultivation has already advanced to the third layer Emperor realm. This really makes me look at you in a new light. However, you also know that the third layer Emperor realm is only below average in the inner court. With your cultivation, is it really appropriate for you to approach junior sister Qinxue? Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm as he said with a faint smile, Why isn't it appropriate? As soon as these words came out, Jianmu's face stiffened. He wanted to say something, but he heard Mu Qinxue say with a gloomy face, Senior brother Jianmu, if you want to cause trouble, I'll tell Master. Jianmu shook his head and said, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to confirm it. When I saw you and Zhuowen holding hands, I knew that you didn't have me in your heart. Moreover, I also know that Zhuowen has the heavenly flame. This time, I'm here to expel the cold poison in your body. Why would I cause trouble? Then you, Mu Qinxue said with a frown. Jianmu smiled and walked towards Zhuowen. When he arrived in front of Zhuowen, the smile on Jianmu's face became even wider. He said to Zhuowen, Feelings can't be forced. You can make junior sister Qinxue like you. It's your ability. However, I'm a little unwilling. Zhuowen, when your cultivation reaches the high-level Emperor realm, I'll come and challenge you. I want to see if the man that junior sister Chinchua likes is really not ordinary. As he spoke, Jianmu slowly brushed past Zhuowen's shoulder. Under the gentle breeze, Jianmu's back seemed somewhat bleak. Turning his head and looking at Jianmu's back, Zhuowen revealed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that Jianmu would be able to face him and Mu Chinchua so calmly. He could feel that Jianmu did indeed like Mu Chinchua, and it was the kind that liked her very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way from the inner court to find him, just to see what kind of love rival was like. However, Jianmu's straightforwardness made Zhuowen have a good impression of him. Jianmu disdained to fight with the current Zhuowen. Zhuowen was only at the 3rd level Emperor realm, while Jianmu's cultivation had improved a step further, reaching the 8th level Emperor realm. There was a difference of 5 levels between the two, so Jianmu disdained to bully the weak. He wanted to wait for Zhuowen to reach the high-level Emperor realm before defeating him fair and square. This is an extremely arrogant guy. Zhuowen silently evaluated Jianmu in his heart. When Jianmu disappeared from Zhuowen's sight, Zhuowen and Mu Chinchua entered the loft and began the detoxification journey again. While Zhuowen was detoxifying Mu Chinchua for the 2nd time, 2 uninvited guests came to the entrance of the Divine Spectre realm. One of the 2 uninvited guests was a stooped, white-haired old man, and the other was a fair-faced young man. Divine Spectre realm, this old man hasn't stepped into this world for a long time. I've almost forgotten the taste of the Divine Spectre realm. The white-haired old man raised his head and took a light breath, his eyes filled with intoxication. 6th brother, we have an important mission in the Divine Spectre realm this time. Let's go to the inner court of the Divine Academy now. The young man beside him reminded. Yes, let's go. The old man nodded. Then, the 2 of them turned into 2 shadows and disappeared from the entrance of the Divine Spectre realm. The 2 of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the endless mountain range at the end of the Divine River in the Divine Spectre realm. There, the symbolic 9 mountain peaks of the inner court reached into the sky, like ancient pillars that supported the heavens. The peak master of the profound underworld peak has a pretty good relationship with me. I think there shouldn't be any big problems if we ask him for someone this time. The 2 of them floated in front of the 9 mountain peaks. The white-haired old man took out a communication jade talisman from his spirit ring. After entering a message, he silently waited. Not long later, a figure flew out from the mountain range in front of them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in gray robes. This person's eyes were long and narrow, revealing a trace of viciousness. When a middle-aged man saw the old man and the young man floating in front of him, he was first startled. Then, he quickly rushed over and stared at the old man. Qing Lai, I didn't expect that you would actually come back to our Divine Spectre realm. May I know what business you have? The middle-aged man's tone was not very good, but the old man did not mind. He smiled and said, Xian Zhong, why are you treating me like an outsider? Don't tell me that you don't remember how happy we were when we roamed the 9 nether realm together. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and sighed. You don't visit a temple without a reason. You must have something to ask of me for coming to the Divine Spectre realm this time, right? Tell me, if I can do it, I will definitely help you. The middle-aged man felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Back then, when he was still young, the old man before him had saved his life. Therefore, he owed the old man a favor. The favor of saving his life was like a mountain, and he had no choice but to repay it. Help me investigate the young man, called Zhuowen. This young man has just entered your inner court, and should only be an official disciple. We need this child. The old man said concisely. You want a disciple of our inner court? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as his expression turned somewhat ugly. Chapter 1339. Reversing black and white. If that's the case, then come with me. Xianzhong nodded and led the 2 into the inner courtyard. Along the way, Xianzhong asked the elder, What is the name of the disciple you are looking for? His name is Zhuowen. The elder replied calmly. Xianzhong nodded when he heard this. He led the 2 to the bottom of the 9 peaks, and began to inquire about Zhuowen. After which, he found out that Zhuowen had entered the Sky Capital Peak. Zhuowen is at the Sky Capital Peak. Let's go there and look for him, Xianzhong said to the old man before he walked towards Sky Capital Peak. The old man and the young man naturally followed behind him silently. In the floating snow pavilion, Zhuowen slowly withdrew his hand. One could see that his hand was currently filled with black cold qi. This cold qi was so terrifying that even the air was frozen. However, Zhuowen possessed the Ice Flame Saint Talisman. With just a thought, the Ice Flame Saint Talisman on the back of his left hand produced a suction force that sucked all the cold black qi from his hands into the Ice Flame Saint Talisman. The dark cold poison was a heaven-rank cold qi and was extremely powerful. In addition, Zhuowen possessed a heavenly flame like the 9 flames karmic fire. Zhuowen knew that the energy created by combining these 2 heaven-rank energies would be extremely terrifying. However, there was not much dark cold poison left in the Ice Flame Saint symbol. Zhuowen knew that what he needed to do now was to extract all the cold poison from Mu Qinshue's body. He even needed to absorb the cold poison from her dantian before he could attempt to combine these 2 energies. Speaking of which, Zhuowen was looking forward to seeing how powerful and terrifying the energy created by the combination of these 2 heaven-rank energies would be. After expelling the cold poison, Mu Qinshue's entire body was drenched in sweat due to the high temperature. There was a trace of exhaustion in her beautiful eyes. Her exposed back that was as white as jade gently leaned against Zhuowen's chest, languid and powerless. Zhuowen licked his lips when he saw the beauty of the woman in front of him. His gaze turned fiery, and his breathing became a little hurried. Soon after, he gently pulled Mu Qinshu into his embrace and bent down. The 2 of them began to passionately kiss. During this process, Mu Qinshu let out a soft and numb moan, causing a demonic fire to ignite in Zhuowen's lower abdomen. He sucked on her sweet lips even more domineeringly, while Zhuowen's hands landed on Mu Qinshue's smooth back, slowly moving up and down. Mu Qinshu stared at Zhuowen with misty eyes. She didn't resist at all, or rather, there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. After a while, Zhuowen slightly raised his head and gently stared at the woman in front of him. He softly said, "Are you willing?" Mu Qinshue's cheeks were slightly red. She raised her chin slightly and said softly, "Didn't you say that you would marry me? You should be a man of your words. Since I will become your wife in the end, why do you still need to ask?" Zhuowen deeply stared at the woman in front of him. The demonic fire in his heart finally couldn't be suppressed, and he fiercely kissed her. The dim room was filled with a charming atmosphere. Just as Zhuowen was about to take the next step, his eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. Then, Zhuowen suddenly stood up. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed the large coat on the ground and draped it over Mu Qinshue's body. "What's wrong?" Mu Qinshu was startled. She looked at Zhuowen's actions with some astonishment and asked in puzzlement. "Someone has come to the floating snow pavilion, and they don't have good intentions," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Just now, when he was aroused, Xiao He, who was keeping watch outside, transmitted a message to him. 3 people with terrifying auras were rushing towards the floating snow pavilion, and it was very likely that they didn't have good intentions. While he was being intimate with Mu Qinshu, Zhuowen naturally sent Xiao He and Cheng Huang out. Otherwise, how could he let the 2 of them see such an embarrassing scene? Mu Qinshu knitted her brows. Seeing Zhuowen so cautious, she also knew that there were probably people who didn't have good intentions. After simply tidying up her clothes and makeup, she followed Zhuowen out of the floating snow pavilion. In front of the floating snow pavilion, there was a square paved with white stones. The square was quite lively. Many Sky Capital Peak core disciples were either sitting cross-legged in meditation, practicing cultivation techniques, leisurely strolling, or challenging each other. However, at this moment, many people in the square stopped what they were doing because in front of the square, 3 figures were slowly walking over. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. Is that the peak master of the mysterious underworld peak, Marshal Uncle Xianzhong? Why has Martial Uncle Xianzhong come to our sky capital peak? In the square, the gazes of most of the disciples fell on the middle-aged man in the lead of the three figures. Many people recognized the middle-aged man's identity, but the two people behind Xianzhong were very unfamiliar to them. They had never seen them before. However, the auras of the two people were very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. Zhuowen and Mu Chenxue stood side by side, staring at Xianzhong and the other two. The two of them could naturally see that Xianzhong and the other two were walking towards them. "You are Zhuowen?" Xianzhong walked to the front of Zhuowen and asked condescendingly. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Zhuowen subconsciously felt uncomfortable with Xianzhong's condescending attitude. However, Xianzhong was after all the peak master of one of the 9 peaks. Zhuowen couldn't offend him too much. He only nodded and said, "Yes, I am. May I know why Martial Uncle Xianzhong is looking for me? Since you're Zhuowen, come with me. I have some things that I need to confirm with you." Xianzhong said indifferently. His voice was unquestionable. "I don't seem to be Martial Uncle Xianzhong's prisoner. If you have something to say, just say it here. There's no need to beat around the bush and ask me to come with you." Zhuowen said indifferently. Xianzhong's eyes slowly narrowed, and a trace of coldness swept out. He sneered and said, "You dare to disobey my order? If I ask you to come with me, you'll have to come with me." Then Xianzhong stretched out his hand, and a surge of power of law surged out. It turned into a giant palm that enveloped Zhuowen. However, when Xianzhong's palm landed in front of Zhuowen, a golden light surged out and turned into a golden barrier. The giant palm formed by the power of law slammed into the golden barrier and stopped. It couldn't move forward at all. Xianzhong's eyes were gloomy, and his attention fell on Mu Chenxue, who was beside Zhuowen. He said with some fear, "Martial niece Chen Shui, Martial Uncle Xian is doing something. Do you want to meddle in other people's business?" At this moment, Mu Chenxue was holding a golden feather in her hand. The feather revealed a soul-shaking pressure. The pressure was far stronger than that of an ordinary martial emperor. Moreover, the feather could block Xianzhong's palm, formed by the power of law. It was extraordinary. A saint tool? Zhuowen stared at the golden feather in Mu Chenxue's hand with some surprise. The pressure of the feather was similar to the aura of the heavenless sword he had used before. However, it seemed to be much weaker than the heavenless sword's aura. It's not a saint tool. It should be a defective saint tool. Although it can't be compared to a saint tool, it's much stronger than a high-grade martial emperor tool. Xianzhong is a half-step martial saint. This defective saint tool is more than enough to block Xianzhong. Xiaohei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. So it's a defective item. Zhuowen nodded, but he was envious in his heart. Mu Chenxue was worthy of being the saintess of a great force like the Burning Heaven sect. She actually had such a powerful weapon. If Mu Chenxue's body hadn't erupted with the cold poison, Jiu Shao, Yiksha Jellyfish, and Black Widow wouldn't have been a match for Mu Chenxue even if they attacked together. Mu Chenxue's beautiful eyes were extremely cold. She glanced at Xianzhong indifferently and said, "Martial Uncle Xianzhong, do you really think I don't know the origins of the two people behind you? You brought the Blue Dragon Hall's 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoy and asked Zhuowen to go out. Are you planning to hand over Zhuowen to the Blue Dragon Hall? People from the Blue Dragon Hall?" Zhuowen's eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. His face was ugly as he stared at Xianzhong and the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoy behind him. This Xianzhong was really shameless. He actually brought people from the Blue Dragon Hall and planned to hand over an inner courtyard disciple to the Blue Dragon Hall. Many warriors in the square were also in an uproar. Originally, the surrounding Sky Capital Peak disciples didn't feel anything when Xianzhong asked Zhuowen to go out. However, when Mu Chenxue mentioned the identities of the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoy, everyone began to discuss spiritedly. Xianzhong's actions were too obvious. He brought people from the Blue Dragon Hall to ask Zhuowen to go out. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could see that if Zhuowen really went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianzhong's face was slightly ugly. He didn't expect that Mu Chinchua would actually recognize the 6th and 7th Azure Dragon envoy. This made things difficult for him. Xianzhong, what are you afraid of? To be honest, this Zhuoan is actually a descendant of the Ryuka. Everyone should know the rules of my Blue Dragon Hall, right? Anyone who is a descendant of the Ryuka will be killed. Anyone who helps a descendant of the Ryuka will be killed without mercy. The 6th Azure Dragon envoy said unhurriedly. Xianzhong was stunned. Soon after, his gaze landed on Zhuoan. His expression regained its calmness as he said indifferently, "So that's how it is. You are actually a descendant of the Ryuka. You must have an ulterior motive for sneaking into my divine Netherrealm. Could it be that you want to use this opportunity to start a war between my divine Netherrealm and the Dragon Netherrealm? Your intentions are extremely sinister." Hearing these words, the surrounding Sky Capital Peak core disciples, who were originally puzzled, revealed expressions of relief. So that's how it is. He is actually a descendant of the Ryuka. Looks like he must have an ulterior motive for joining my divine Netherrealm Academy. No wonder Marshal Uncle Xianzhong wanted to capture this kid. So this kid isn't anything good to begin with. Immediately, numerous discussions sounded in the square. Everyone's gazes changed when they looked at Zhuowan. Some of the more radical fellows even mocked Zhuowan. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.